Good afternoon, colleagues. Hope you all had an enjoyable lunch and a productive morning. We are nearly ready to start, so I would encourage everyone to take their seats and anyone who's not yet in the room to join us, and we will start momentarily.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Welcome back to this wonderful building. Welcome back to the Augury, and welcome back to the Advisory Board meeting. It is a delight to see you all here on this Monday. I hope you had a wonderful weekend for those of you who were already joining us on Fridays, and productive discussions this morning in your respective constituencies. So on behalf of the Vice Chair of the AB, Christian Lohberger, and myself, it is a pleasure to kick off this second day of the 27th AB meeting. The joint session with the Technology Executive Committee on Friday was highly constructive, a valuable opportunity to exchange insights and experience, guidance on our continuing joint work. We addressed key areas including the Technology Mechanisms Artificial Intelligence for Climate Action Initiative, as well as monitoring and evaluation, joint engagement with national designated entities, resource mobilisation and partnerships. And of course, we also importantly discussed the joint mandates to the technology mechanism from the BALEM Technology Implementation Program. Today, we build on these discussions with an update from the CTCN Secretariat on the implementation of activities in 2025, setting the stage for discussions on progress achieved since the last AB meeting, as well as important financial matters. Later in the day, we'll engage in important discussions on network membership and engagement, where we will discuss and aim to finalise the network engagement strategy, as well as hear updates on the capacity building programs, including youth climate innovation and others. So turning right ahead to agenda item 14, membership matters. 14.1, the review of the current AB membership. And I refer you here to document 14.1 of the meeting documents. This document outlines the current composition of the board, the nomination process for AB members, and the timeline for new nominations or re-elections. I would like to take this opportunity to remind party representatives on the board about the procedure for resignations and new nominations. All nominations, including those resulting from resignations during the intersessional period, should be communicated to the UNFCCC elections team through the appropriate party grouping, following procedures established by the UNFCCC, so the UNFCCC Secretariat Elections Team. For observer organisations, nominations should be sent directly to the CTCN Secretariat, so a different procedure there. So turning now to the next element of this agenda item, 14.2, the introduction of new AB members. Here we would like to share some updates regarding our new AB members. First, I'd like to acknowledge some members joining us for the first time today. It's a pleasure to welcome Kaoru Yamaguchi from Japan, who is joining us online for this meeting. Just to check, is Kaoru online currently, or is she? She is. So Kaoru, you're very welcome, and please do take the floor to introduce yourself.
Oh, good afternoon. Apologies that I was late. Introduction, yes. My name is Kaoru Yamaguchi, representing Japan. I have been following the tech transfer negotiation for some time, but it is such an honor to join the CTCN AB. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kaoru. You're very welcome. And we also have Daniel Hasnain from Pakistan stepping in to represent the Asia Pacific Group. So Daniel, you're very welcome. Please take the floor to introduce yourself.
He's not here yet, so he's on his way here.
Understood. Thank you. The next member is certainly here, and this is Mr. Pedro Cos from the Dominican Republic, who is representing GRULAC. Pedro, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, everyone. This is Pedro Cos from the Dominican Republic. As mentioned, I was nominated through GRULAC. I'm an ecologist and environmental manager from the Dominican Republic. I serve as the NDC partnership country facilitator for my country, and also as a negotiator for the delegation on different subjects, capacity building, gender, and now technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pedro. You're very welcome. And we're also delighted to welcome Mr. Jion Hansen from Belize, who is stepping in to represent the SIDS constituency. So Jion, please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. As the Chair said, my name is Jion Hansen from Belize, and I'm honored to be an advisory board member, a new member, on behalf of the Smile Island Developing States Group. This is following my engagement at COP30, where I was a negotiator, member of the Belize delegation, following the technology mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the non-party observers, or the non-party members, we also have Ms. Lina Yassin, who has joined the advisory board from the Adaptation Committee. So is Ms. Lina with us, or not in the room, but has joined the AB and is very welcome. Amongst the observer constituencies, we have from the Women and Gender constituency, Ms. Clara Leziero, who has joined the AB. So you're very welcome to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Clara Leziero, and I'm working with Women Engaged for a Common Future, and I'm very happy to be representing the Women and Gender constituency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this, colleagues, concludes our round of introductions of new AB members. And again, I'm sure on behalf of all of us, a very warm welcome to our new members. So we turn now to agenda item 15.1. So this is the report of the Secretariat, and sub-item 15.1, the update of CTCN activities in 2025. And the document here is meeting document 15.1, the annual operating plan report for 2025, which reflects progress made under the CTCN program of work for 2023 to 2027. The presentation will highlight progress achieved in 2025 and assess alignment with the objectives and expected results set out in the 2025 annual operating plan. So to introduce this item, I'm delighted to invite Ariesta Ningram, the Director of the CTCN. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, AB members and distinguished colleagues, and I hope that you had a productive day today with the constituency meeting. It's great to and of course a good rest over the weekend. So I would, this is like a regular presentations that's done by the director on behalf of the CTCN Secretariat in the first meeting in the spring of the year, where we would report like the activities and the performance of CTCN in the past year. So this report, like Stephen mentioned, covering the 1st January until December 2025. I also would like to update you with some highlights that we undertake that's a little bit on the operation side of the CTCN. So first, you have heard the special announcement made by Stephen. On Friday, we were very, very happy that the GCF in the recent meeting in the last week of March has approved the funding for KCB, which is the direct access entity from Kenya, Kenya Commercial Bank, a funding of the 43.6 million in financing and co-financing, that the total of the $96.9 million program for establishment and demonstration of a facility for climate vulnerable enterprises across Kenya. And why we are so proud of that? Because this has been undertaken with the very initial support of the CTCN together with our network member partner, SSA, back a few years ago, that resulted in the project proposal PPF approval in November in the COP29, I think, in Baku. And so it was a quite very accomplishment that the small intervention from the CTCN has actually resulted in such a large funding support. Moving on, as usual, we will present the overview of the technical assistance that has been undertaken in 2025. And by the end of the 2025, the CTCN has processed 162 technical assistance. This is quite significantly higher compared to the number that we have in 2024, which is 105. So out of this 162, we had completed 29 technical assistance, and the other projects at different stages of implementations. 17 projects were under review, 55 in design phase, and 62 were being implemented. And out of the 29 projects that were completed, 8 were completed under the AFCIA program, 1 under the GCF readiness, 2 were pro bono technical assistance, and 12 were funded under 2 EC programs that the CTCN is managing. And we can say, you're probably wondering why this is quite different than the figures that we presented in 2024. As I mentioned before, we processed 105. AFCIA 2, or AFCIA Phase 2, which was just kicked off at the end of 2024, we had quite a bit like encouraging responses from countries who have applied for this technical assistance. So just in 2025 alone, 20 technical assistance has been processed with the source from the AFCIA 2. That's also will actually be explained later on in terms of the distributions of the type of the technical assistance that we have. Moving on, and still on the technical assistance area, that we, in 2025, the CTCN has received co-funding and in-kind support from various partners for technical assistance interventions, capacity building, and as well as support, logistic support on events, to the amount of $364,400. I give an example. One of the implementing partner in Water Insight in Malawi has contributed $51,500 to ensure the sustainability of the online platform that was set up during the technical assistance. Again, this is a very encouraging signal where co-financing have been happening during the stage of the technical assistance. We also monitor some of the TA that have already completed, and we'll help you also to report to you that there are commitments from countries as well as in the partners in the form of funding post-technical implementations. I give an example in Mozambique, for example, $30,000 was mobilized through a bank as a follow-up of the TA that we undertook there. In Cameroon, the stakeholders pledged additional $22,000 to sustain project activities beyond completion of the TA. So in total, this post-technical assistance implementation that we record or we track so far have mobilized this funding. For members, AB members who are quite new, the post-technical assistance is a new endeavor by that we already started doing in consultation also with the board, and And also, this is part of a new function of the CTCN going forward that was just decided at COP30 in Belém. And last but not least, as have been reported also in the last year, as part of the TA's deliverables, the CTCN have made it mandatory a completion of a concept note or any fundraising activities, for example, the workshop with financial institution to facilitate post-TA scale-up activities. So then there is an exit strategy for each of the TAs being undertaken. It just does not stay there as a project document. And we hope we can record this more and more. And for example, the concept note that resulted in the completed TAs in 2025 reflect a value of $31,560,000, which means this is also opportunity for scaling up from this completed TA. We completed 2 large programs within CTCN. One is AFSIA, phase 1, and the other one is the EC program on security. This will be elaborated a little bit more tomorrow, but I'd just like to give you a highlight that the AFSIA one, which was launched in 2020, was successfully completed in December 2025. We have 25 technical assistants implemented in 23 countries, covering very much a different technology from solar power irrigation pump, blockchain insurance policy, community-based data collections, and also touch upon the different stages of technology cycle. There are some piloting there. There are also some development stage. So I encourage you to look into the UNEP CTCN AFSIA impact report that's available in our website. In terms of the beneficiaries that we record, that the direct beneficiaries, 212,000 people and over 2 million indirect beneficiaries, and 42% women and 20% youth. And just again, on the topic of the scaling up, we also track 10 of these 25 technical assistants have secured additional support and funding for scale up, either from the governments, private sectors, or through new grants in the amount of the $17 million. Again, this will be explained in a bit more detail tomorrow. The next program, as I mentioned, is on the European Commission Climate Change and Security. This is a program that's also started 3 years ago, and that has been completed by the end of the year last year. We undertook 10 initiatives or 10 technical assistance in 10 countries, covering again the many different initiatives from solar cookers, mangrove restorations, the solar power drying, culture, and so on and so forth. It has reached the 8,000 direct beneficiary and over 500,000 of indirect beneficiary. Again, we also record on how many of these proportions are women and youth, which is, you can see the figures there is quite significant. I also encourage you to read the impact report on this program in CTCN website. Moving along, I will go very quickly on each of the 5 transformative areas under the current CTCN current program of work, starting with the building and infrastructure. At the moment, for the building infrastructures, we have a number of portfolio. 60 As were completed during the 2025, which is approximately is the same number in 2024. One of the things that lesson learned a bit for us is that we have some categories which currently we actually included under the building infrastructures. You would see that the mangrove restorations, the early warning system, one might wondering like why we include it in the building infrastructure. So this is some sort of like a reflection for us and also for the board when we start developing the next program of work to look again into our transformative areas, because we do receive a lot of requests, for example, in the early warning system area, while we don't have a clear category on that. business in industry, we have quite a good story from circular economy. If you remember, perhaps a couple of years ago, that the citizen has been very active, particularly in the Latin America region, supporting countries in different technical assistance as relates to circular economy. So in the past, circular economy roadmaps have been developed as part of a TA multi-country program in Brazil, Chile, Mexico, and Uruguay, and also a second multi-country consisting in Ecuador, El Salvador, Paraguay, Cuba, and Dominican Republic. In Costa Rica, we completed TA on national strategy on circular economy. And this year, in the 4 countries, Chile, Dominican Republic, Uruguay, and Costa Rica, this is like an extension or the follow-up of the technical assistance, whereby the technical assistant focusing on a flagship product called the Circular Economy Categorization System, which is a tool to enhance technical expertise of public and private banks and financial institutions so they can integrate the circular economy into their sustainable strategies. So moving from just the roadmap and the national strategy down a little bit to how actually the circular economy can actually be implemented. So this is an exciting stage that we have been undertaking together with many of the Latin American countries. Moving on the energy system, we saw 4 technical system completed, which is the same in 2024. I'd just like to highlight the Burkina Faso technical assistance, where this technical assistance actually empowered partnership between 2 private companies at the request of NDE, of course. This project has led to the signature of a contract within local solar energy company and international telecommunication provider Orange, along with the deployment of digital pay-as-you-go system, which is specifically designed to work in remote areas with low internet connection. So there is a lot of elements of digitalizations as well as sophistications that going into the systems. Sustainable mobility, we prepared and completed 1 TA, which was in Tanzania. And this is also, I must say, the TA with the least requested. I remember that the board also made a comment about this last year as well. However, this is, I would like just to highlight a little bit on the Tanzania e-mobility, which we completed last year in January, where the CTCN supported the development of the national electrovehicle policy framework and the studies to establish the foundations. Since then, the NDE has been very active engaging with the key stakeholders, developing a policy paper, technical white paper to develop for each institutions, as well as looking into how they could implement the fiscal incentive and a lot of number of activities that derive from this national EV policy framework. Moving on, the water, energy, food system is one of the biggest area where we actually receive requests from countries. And naturally, it probably could be explained also with the AFSIA, which is focusing on adaptation, innovation. But also, like many countries have utilized the support from the European Commission's Climate and Change and Security Program to apply the technical assistance on this. So there's quite a long list. As you know, the water, energy, food nexus currently, or adaptation currently comprise 60% of the technical assistance portfolio in 2025. Last year, we presented this technical assistance on solar dryer, if you remember, where the technical assistant in Zimbabwe helped particularly women to avoid forest fire and to use the solar dryer to dry mopane wombs, which is a sort of like a food sources for the village. We're happy to inform that the project is now scaling up through the AFSIA 2 as well as and CTCN co-funding it, where we receive letter of intent from FSP local bank, and as well as the co-funding from the government on the some of the component of to ensure that this project can actually be scaled up, as well as we again through the AFSIA 2 we aim to demonstrate a bankable business model from this one. So this is what we, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, they use the solar dryer now, not only to dry the mop and worms, but also to bake bread. And you can see that that's actually in the picture. So that this is a really great advantages. We're continuing to work together with the Zimbabwean NDEs as well as the local communities on this. Last but not least, on this technical assistant part is technology need assessment. This is the last TNA conducted in the pipeline as the CTCN in Cote d'Ivoire. And going forward, as we have informed the board last year that the CTCN encouraging countries to use CTCN service to implement the outcomes of TNAs and TAPs. So we've been helping a lot, and there are, of course, other sources of funding available for TNA updating that countries can access, for example, through the Global GEF TNA, Global TNA project funded by GEF, executed by UNEP CCC, and the CTCN would like to focus on implementation of the TNA outcomes and the TAPs, along with the implementation of NDC, NAPs, and so on. Moving forward, gender mainstreaming, while still talking about the technical assistant, this is very much thing that we are paying attention. For example, in the European Commission's climate security, 6 out of 10 of the TA assisted by this program had a very strong gender components. We give you 2 examples here, one in Mali and the other one in the Central African Republic. As well as gender, we also have youth engagement in many of the TAs. And one example here, again, continuing with the example of the Central African Republic, where the implementing partner, who's actually a university, connected with the youth network over there, as well as the TA in Cameroon, in the Senior Culture project, the implementing partner, Terre de Jeunes, I hope I pronounce it correctly, facilitate collaborations between the Central African Republic, Togo, Haiti, Ivory Coast, as well as the employing interns from Congo, Brazzaville, and Chad in the field. So this is really becoming like a multi-country youth engagements, which is very exciting to actually see, facilitated by this technical assistant. Last but not least, on the local communities and indigenous people, in 2025, we have a number of technical assistants that benefited and really emphasized on the roles and the active participation of local communities and indigenous people in Cameroon, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, and of course, Colombia, as mentioned before. So these are all overview of the portfolio of the TA. Again, tomorrow my colleagues could go in depth a little bit on some of them, but also looking forward of what the TA portfolio of CTCN looks like after 2025. I move to the second area, key services area of CTCN, which is capacity building and knowledge sharing, where based on our programs, we have conducted 17 capacity building activities, implemented both at global and regional level. You see on the screen the breakdown there, 5 global thematic, 3 stakeholder engagement, 4 collaborative RD&D, and 5 network engagement activities. So I'll go very briefly for each. On the global thematic capacity building, last year we undertook capacity building, taking the topic of climate finance. And why was that? And because we heard the voice from NDEs about how they really feel that they need a help on moving the technical assistance, and therefore it would benefit from them to know the climate technology project financings. And therefore, this is what we did, the capacity building workshop back-to-back with the regional NDE forum, which was done in Asia, Africa, Latin America, as well as an online, particularly with one of our partner. where the participants would learn would enhance the understanding what is the financier point of view on climate project, but also have a discussion on the tools to design and develop scalable climate technology projects. You can see that there is quite a bit of engagement in this capacity building. We also organize a specific theme, particularly for SITS, because this is the first time actually in the SITS forum, a topic on the co-creation for system transformations. And I think going forward, we will also would like to introduce the topic of climate financings in the SITS forum. Another area that we touch upon under capacity building is the artificial intelligence. This is coming under the Technology Mechanism Initiative, AI for Climate Action. Some of you have heard last week on Friday of the joint program, joint work that the Tech and CTCN did. This is on the capacity building side, this is the key service of CTCN, and we also have been undertaking artificial intelligence capacity building activities. So partnering with the UNEP Regional Office of Asia Pacific, we organized the 2 workshops, one for renewable energy sector in Asia Pacific, and the other one in relations to integrating gender equality and social inclusion. We also had another workshop that emerging solution from the network using artificial intelligence, and a new thing, the self-paced YouTube playlist, which provided access to the recorded of 2024 AI capacity building materials. So this capacity building is a continue we provide for broader stakeholders, but for information also 10 technical assistants have been submitted as the result of the capacity building on AI that undertook back in 2024. So other stakeholder engagement, we did it together with the Green Climate Fund, whereby we supported the participation of some NDEs in the GCF structured dialogue in March as well as in May, one in the Caribbean and the other one is on the Pacific Islands. So 15 NDAs were supported by CTCN to attend this. And on Adaptation Fund, we participated in the 8th International Adaptation Future Conferences, where we actually highlight the work under the AFCIA. This is a long list that happened. We not only participate in the big conferences, but also together with our sister institutions, Technology Executive Committee, we jointly organize events, but also the CTCN events during the SB, which is the first bullet point, and the rest of the list are happening or did happen during the COP30. So it's a busy year for CTCN as well. The other areas of capacity building is the collaborative RD&D, and we like to extend our appreciation for Government of Korea, who have provided support, particularly to CTCN Palu office. So then this kind of activities, the learning visit on the a certain topic like green hydrogen and fuel cell could actually or have been taking place in the last 3 years. So this is specific for researcher, not necessarily the NDE. So we encourage NDEs to actually inform and invite the researchers to come to this collaborative RD&D learning visit. Other workshop, and as well as starting this year in line with the topic that Technology Mechanism is working on energy storage, we also we also have organized last year the workshop together, and one of them was done together with the Technology Executive Committee as well. Youth Climate Innovation Program. There will be quite a comprehensive presentation on this, so I would not like to steal the show, but as you can see that this is a program for a 2-year running, and we have quite impressive numbers. We have a quite impressive finalists. We always excited to see the young people, and we so proud that the CTCN, together with our partner, SeedStar, actually supporting this endeavor. But you will hear a bit more later. Okay, we're getting there. There's a lot of work. So network overview, where we are. The network has grown to be currently is 985 members across the world. I think by the end of 2025, we reached 975, if I'm not mistaken. But this is the number, the current numbers at the moment. So almost over 45% is from developed countries and 54% from developing countries, which is exciting when you come to see that there is a lot of opportunity for South-South collaborations and South-South and triangular collaborations as well. We also just like to see what's where we are and how the network members actually could utilize the opportunity. One, of course, through the technical assistance project, but it's not all. The CTCN has been working a lot actually to expand the opportunities for the network members to engage, including the thematic webinars, the network fairs that you have heard on Friday, a presentation from my colleague Robinson, as well as the opportunity to work together to develop a joint products, knowledge product publication, showcasing solution, and being active in our capacity building program. So lots going on there. This is just an example of how we also connect our network with the NDEs through our activities, voluntary technology talk, as well as network-led capacity building activities. But also beyond that, we have approached directly potential network members, for example, through collaboration. There is an example here with the government of Sweden, where we also try to bring together the private sector, Business Sweden, to have a matchmaking opportunity with the NDEs at the COP30. So NDE logistical support, we will provide this in a bit more detail, but just for information, since the board approved the modalities for implementation in 2024, Cambodia was the first country that actually served as a pilot and successfully implemented this product. Last year, we received 6 applications, but we expressed way more interest from many developing countries on accessing this logistical support. So the word is out there. NDE started to be aware about this facility. They also heard some lesson learned from those countries who have applied and what can be done and so on and so forth. So we're excited also to support countries in this regard. All right, this is also going to be very brief because there will be agenda item that exploring this, but I have mentioned the first point. We reported that the submission to the GCF was actually done in September 2025, and the approval was recently, so it's very, very fast in terms of the timeline, so we're excited about that. We also, in terms of working with the foundation, the CTCN is in discussions with the Novo Nordisk Foundation. This is the foundation based in Denmark, to develop a 2-year program on crop diversification in the context of the agricultural mitigation. So we have submitted the concept note together with the International for Wheat and Corn, Maize and Wheat Associations. I don't know why the abbreviation is CIMIT, but we're going to work together with them, and hopefully we can bring a good news before the next AB meeting if this concept is approved. So CTCN also continues discussions with the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank that's already started last June in 2025. and they are very interested in upscaling or working together to follow on of the technical assistant on the green hydrogen TA from Thailand. We also pursue ongoing discussion on the NDB and ADB, but again, this is going to be coming to in the resource mobilization agenda item. And as well, building on the success with this Business Sweden, we also in the conversation with the State of Green of Denmark and Canada's trade commissions of sort of like recreating the similar matchmaking opportunities. Okay, communication and outreach, very busy as well. We have developed communications around the events. We develop a lot of news articles, particularly with the closure of the 2 big project or big program of CTCN. We did a lot as well, a newsletter. You saw that our executive director, UNEP executive director, Inger Anderson, actually present and gave remarks in the event at the COP30 on the EU-UN Cooperation for Climate Security, as well as produce a lot of videos. I think I have to move that. So storytelling, web stories, videos, you have seen many of them as well, and many high resolutions of project photos. And for you who are savvy on social media, feel free actually to use this and help CTCN and champion CTCN to go beyond just our little community to also to your community. Knowledge products, we have 2 impact reports, of course, one from the Adaptation Fund that's close, and AFSIA and the Climate Change Security. We produce 2 roadmaps and 3 technical fact sheets, all of them available in CTCN website. And other knowledge products that we did together with our partner, Gender Just Climate Solutions, which commemorate also the 10-year anniversary of this Gender Just Climate Solution Award, in which CTCN has always been part of. The AI for climate actions in developing countries, this is we did together also with our partner and with UNEP CCC, Copenhagen Climate Center, where we also collaborate on climate technology progress report. I mentioned earlier what kind of engagement that our network member could do. And these are a couple of examples whereby they actually led publications. This is a very good one on AI. For example, this is done to get NIGT has led this, and the WIPO, of course, has led the 4th edition of Green Technology book. Which last year, focusing on the technology for confronting climate disaster. Is really good publication. I would recommend you also to look into this. And social media engagement, there's a lot of social media. Anna has been always very busy. Posting of the social media and the CTCN website. So this is my last part of presentation, and thank you very much for your attention so far. But not least, what's also happening in the CTCN world? Well, the independent review by UNFCCC have already initiated. This is a 3rd independent review that undertaken, and the CTCN is the subject of this review. So the kickoff meeting was done last year in 2025, and since then, I think the chair and the vice chair of advisory board also was interviewed for the framing discussion and framing interviews. At the moment, I believe they already completed the 2nd phase, which is the data collection and analysis. We understand that some of the AB members and NDEs were also interviewed, and thank you very much for your participation. This is really important for this process. Tomorrow, we will hear from Ernst & Young of the initial findings of this independent review. So this is the state as it is right now. We also conducted NDE biennial survey. You have heard that on Friday, which was prepared in collaboration with the tech, and it was open it was launched in March and open until 30th of July. And of course, in the next AB meeting, AB will hear the report from the Secretariat of how, or the results and the analysis of this survey. On the operational side, I would like to mention also, I'm happy to inform you that the head of Apollo is already on board. I would like actually to ask Tomo to stand up. This is Tomoko, my colleague, who's actually head of Apollo, and she just started in 1st December 2025. So, she's spearheading the Apollo activities, especially in relation with the strengthening collaboration with the GCF, as well as the collaborative RD&D initiative. We also recently completed the recruitment of the manager of the Latin America and Caribbean. He is not new to you. Ramiro, my colleague Ramiro Salas, have been appointed as the regional manager of LAC. So we're happy for him. And yeah, we look forward to have a CTCN team with a bit more stable structure to continue our work and expand our work. A little bit more word on the monitoring and evaluations. I think I mentioned that briefly on Friday, that we also working on the dashboard to help and to improve our data collection and analysis. At the moment is being procured. And again, as a part of CTCN being inclusive, we also have an intern in the headquarters that she's doing a master's student. I don't know whether she's listening or not, but she's basically also going to help us and learn about the activities of the CTCN. So this concludes my presentations, Chair, and I'm happy to provide any clarification as needed. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed. Thank you, Ariesta. Comprehensive report, which I think shows what a huge year this has been for the CTCN. But colleagues, we now open the floor for comments and questions. First of all, from members, and then from observers after that. So we go to members first. I see Nigeria, please.
Actually thought we didn't have to talk in the mic. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ariesta, for the very comprehensive presentation of a very big document. I just have 3 things here. Very simple clarifications are to be required. Regarding the network membership, is this for the registered members or for the active members? Because on Friday we had this thing of 20% being very active and the remaining 80% sitting like me. So it would be good to know what you have. And I think this network membership will come up in other areas of discussion as we continue. And we'll keep some of the comments till that time for that. But for now, the members in totality or the active ones. Then the second one is regarding the engagement of these network members. I think it's also very, very important that we do not allow the network members go around within their own orbit, but to connect, and especially with the NDEs. During the Africa NDE Forum, there was a lot of interest from the NDEs on who these network members are, what the list is, and then we also had further discussions at the non-Annex 1 parties meeting earlier this morning on how to make things better. So for this is just a comment that there definitely is a need to make that link between the network members and the NDEs. The third one too is somehow a comment regarding the NDE logistics support. Sorry, I'm trying to not leak the lollipop I took from outside while I'm speaking. Okay. So, with the laughter, I'm sure I'm not the only one that took the lollipop. Anyway, the third one is on the ND logistics support. Ariasta, you did mention that you're looking at the lessons learned from countries that have applied for logistics support. So you can see how to scale it up and make it better. But I think there's a need to look at countries that have not accessed the logistics support. During the NDE, Africa NDE session we had in Tunis, interestingly, when we had the session where I facilitated the session on talking about this logistics support to the NDEs, some said they didn't access the logistics support because of the process and the institutions they have to go through. Perhaps even the financial framework of the countries. So who did they go through? The commission that needs to be put on top, how much will be left at the end of the day? So I think we also need to look at those who have not accessed. Why? And how can we help and guide them towards accessing? Because there were some real issues being brought out, which I think the Secretariat and the CTCN need to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Georgia, please.
Hello, everyone. So I'm speaking for the first time. I'm Katie Evans, so sometimes I forget that that's my full name. So I'm Katie Evans from Georgia, representing Eastern European non-Annex I parties. So first things first, so welcome new members. It's always good to have new energy and try to shake our inertia, so please do that. Also, I really feel this appreciation, and it's not a cliche to express it, so to the Republic of Korea for inviting us, hosting us, for their support to CTCN, and please keep it like this. we love that. Also about the report, I have a few comments for the report, and then can you go back to the pie chart slide? It will make it easier. And also, yeah, so I'm going to start, and meanwhile you can open this particular slide. So about the third independent review, so in the reports, what is the timeline for it? And I think it's also good to put in the report to satisfy the appetite of the reader. So when will be it's written that it's kicked off in 2025, but it's good to write there to when it's going to be finalized. Also, I think it's going to be good to add there the number of TA requests that you received in 2025. So, and maybe it's also a good indicator. And next is like also how many TNAs were kicked off in 2025, because somehow when I was reading the report, so I really had the feeling that TNAs were kind of absent from the report. I know it's written that one TNA was finalized in 2025, but I really would like to see a better reflection of TNAs and the report, at least to write there how many TNAs were kicked off in 2025, because I know one of them is from Eastern Europe. So about Georgia, everybody is aware of of Georgia's early warning for forest fires in Borjo-Mihara-Gauli National Park. So it is AFCIA project. So and it's not in the report, and I think you should add it to the list of AFCIA, and also you should add it in the Annex 2, and also indicate there the logo as well. So just it needs to be adjusted everywhere in every part. So about the pie chart, so I think it's good in 162 TNAs. Also in the footnote, it's written. So why it matters about the snapshot on the page 6. So whether we like it or not, not everybody reads 173-page reports, and so this is kind of the snapshot that everyone will see, everyone will remember and capture the main things. So that's why I think we should put a little bit more effort in having this snapshot of our work better, and to put there even more more clear messages that we want our readers to, like the reader to know. So that's why I think I would recommend in the footnote when it's written like the stages of the pipeline. So in the text it's written, for instance, how many are on design, So I think it's also good to, in the footnote, to add these numbers. Also the pie charts, are these the technical assistant interventions completed in 2026 pie charts? So I think it's good to put there the dominators, like what is this division? Is it like the 162 or 29? In the report, it's a little bit misleading. The next is, I think it's good to add in the adaptation, especially in the adaptation part, like maybe another ring of donut. So how the part of, if it's within this adaptation, 55%. So it's AFSIA. Maybe it's good to have there. If it's possible, maybe the same for the European Commission. So I don't know. It's it can, if it's doable, but at least for AFSIA, it's quite easy to do. So let me go through this. About the other like the indicators that we have there in capacity building. So it's written how many capacity buildings were completed or delivered in 2025. But it's later. It's that number of people that we increased or built the capacity. So I think it's also good to put here the number of people we reached through capacity building. I love seeds and LDCs, especially. I am a huge supporter, especially after I moderated the event at COP30. And maybe it's good to somehow include here the number of seeds and LDCs we supported here. And so the last comment from my side, it's more like a general one, but I think in the EC part, so there is this photo, yeah, and I'm a huge supporter giving human face to climate technologies and especially to giving human face to TAs. So maybe it's also good to put in the AFSIA part, like the photo or something, to give it also a human face. So it's better for the reader and the audience that we would like to reach. And the last one, I think in the abbreviations we should add CTN. CTCN is there, but CTN, so Climate Technology Network. No, people need to think that it's a typo because not everyone knows what CTC and CTN. So then that's it. So, and the others, yeah, I think I'm like I read the report, but for me, this snapshot is like the most important part, and everyone will not everyone will read the report, but everyone will see whoever will open it, so we'll read the snapshot, and let's make it more clear. Especially, let's put there the messages that we would like to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Tech Chair, please. Pedro.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. I have a very specific question, and that is related to the reference you've made, Ariesta, to initial conversations with some possible partners on matchmaking activities. I think you referred to Swedish partnership, possible Swedish partnership, Denmark, and I think others. If you could elaborate a bit more on these initial engagements. I know they are in a preliminary phase, but specifically with regards to the expectations of these partners, what kind of modalities you have been exploring. I think this would also be very beneficial with regards to our, let's say, when we look towards discussions regarding the BTIP and the operationalization of the mandate. So if you could provide that info. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sweden, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ariesta, for that presentation, and also thanks to the CTCN for all the work that you have carried out under the last year. That's much appreciated. I especially wanted to highlight and congratulate the CTCN for the 7 proposals on the concept notes for proposal. Sorry. Okay, maybe now it's better. prepared for. Are you hearing me? Okay, sorry. Prepared to prepared. Hard to speak and not mentioning a specific letter, but I'll try. This is very much welcome. I mean, it's also something that's touched upon in the TIP decision and also in the reviewed functions of the CTC to do this work. So it's good that you're already ahead on that. And I would just like you to continue also going forward. I don't think there's any specific target that you should do this many yearly, but maybe that could be interesting for the future, something to consider if you think it's helpful. But so that we can maintain this level or even increase it going forward, because I think this will be very important for the CTCN and also now with the TIP and everything. So congratulations on that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Canada, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here, and thank you for our hosts. These are wonderful facilities. I'd like to first congratulate the Secretariat on an action-packed year, clearly a ton of results and very positive results. And I think that is, always impressive, and particularly during these times that are more challenging. Clearly, you've been plowing through with innovative and new methods of doing work and engaging with stakeholders. As Pedro just mentioned, the matchmaking is very important, and you're clearly making some headways in that space. I do have just a few comments in some specific areas. On the section on engaging philanthropies and foundations, the number of stakeholders you've engaged with and had meetings with is impressive. So I do have to say that. But one thing I was left with when I finished reading that section was, okay, so what? What are the maybe even interim outcomes? So you got me really excited when I was reading through how many organizations you met with, and I think it would be helpful, even a line or two in there for the reader to know, so where do you find yourselves at now? If there are challenges, put them in there, and how you envision this maybe going forward. So I would find that helpful. Going to the indicators section, I'd like to congratulate you on impressive numbers related to several areas, and I think it would be I'd like to actually take a moment to just highlight the ones that really stood out to me. So I think the numbers around the bread and butter of the CTCN, which is, TA that supports policy, strategies, agreements, regulations, et cetera, clearly there's been a lot of work and success in that area. So I would just like to point that out, and I think that's wonderful that you've so far exceeded the targets in that area. The indicator on NSI, how many countries CTCN has helped on NSI, clearly shows us that the focus on NSI in the program of work is working. So I think that's really great to take note of that. And finally, showing your work on engagement and participation with audiences, how many come to your events, and in communications, how many are following CTCN communications. I think these numbers are very impressive. Two things I just want to point out. The one is the title of the column, 2024, is a little bit confusing because it is the target, but most of these targets, from my understanding, weren't set in 2024. So it makes it look like some of the accomplishments are enormous from 2024, but these targets were set, I think, earlier. So maybe you can fix that a little bit just to make sure it's really, really clear what the 2025 outcome is compared to which year the target was set. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding, and I would welcome to just be informed of how to read that better. Finally, just a question about the knowledge resources related to RD&D and new and innovative technologies. Curious why the output is quite low compared to the target, and I'm wondering, this could be part of the question in the budget agenda item, because I'm wondering if that's related to the relative underspending in that area in the budget. So feel free to address that now or under the budget discussion. That concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Japan, please.
Thank you very much. Just have two quick comments. I really like to emphasize the work of CTCN Secretariat on the post-TA work. I think it was maybe a few years ago or maybe a year ago now that the AB members sort of gave a guidance to CTCN Secretariat to focus on post-TA follow-up, and I think we're really starting to see the great results, and I was very impressed reading the report. So I just wanted to say that I would really, really like to see the Secretariat keep working on this and perhaps experiment, improve, and I think more concrete results will follow. So that's one comment. And I also wanted to commend the Secretariat on the work with collaboration with other organizations as well. I think many big names are mentioned, international development banks, UNIDO, GIZ, sort of coordinating with them so to avoid overlap in areas of work. And I think these are great opportunities for CTCN to also find new audience, new people to work with, new areas to explore. So much like the post-TA work, I would like to see, I really like this direction and would like to see the CTCN keep working on these areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll return to the Secretariat to respond to these interventions and then to the UNFCCC Secretariat to respond on the independent review. So, Ariesta.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much, AB members, for your appreciations. I must say that this is the work of the whole team of the Secretariat. We're a very small team, by the way, but I think I admire my colleagues who always have stamina and always have like commitment and dedications, and you probably have seen that also in the context you're interacting with them. So thank you very much also for my colleagues. I try to take the questions in the order of they appear, and then my colleague Julia who help with the monitoring and evaluations, indicators questions. I will hand it over to her before hand it over to Moritz. So on the network, starting with Halima's question, network membership, this number are registered number. And there are only about 20% of the 985, so it's around 200 network members which are active. And why we have such a high number? Because the board never decided on the expiry date of a membership. So these are the numbers that we've been carried since the inceptions of the CTCN from 2013, 2014. And in fact, after this item, sometimes later, we will discuss about the network engagement strategy, because this was already an issue we identified last year, and the board gave guidance to Secretariat to develop network engagement strategy and on how we actually could enhance the network. But we asked the question actually last year whether there should be a divine expiry date of membership, but I don't think it's ever got discussed. I think since the membership is free, so people also do not feel the need to withdraw or anything, right? Like it comes with a free membership. And I think if we want to be inclusive, we should actually allow this to still continue. But I got your point that many will become non-active after a while for various reasons. And actually the survey that we did last year provided the reason for that. For example, they could not still, they're working on a certain specific region or country or specific topic, and so far they could not bid on that because, you know, there is a lack of TA with that topic, for example, or in that country. Yes, we take note about the need to have a strong link between network members and NDEs. Thank you for that encouragement, and then we will continue looking into that, especially with the next discussion. Thank you for the comments on the NDE logistic support, that we have to look countries who have not access. Just for information, in the NDE survey that we already launched in March, there is a question specifically related to that, because we also noticed that why the NDEs have still not accessed this logistic support. So there was a particular question asking NDE, did you find a challenge, or what kind of challenges that you face in submitting the logistic support? So hopefully with more of the survey results, and we're really hoping to get a feedback from NDEs on that. Kathy, thank you so much on many inputs and suggestions which to improve the AOP report. We will implement that, and we would happy to check again with you, just we don't miss the point. On Georgia one, actually it is in the report. It's under building infrastructure. Yes, that's right.
Georgia, it's AFCIA project, and as far as I know, and it's not in the AFCIA part, so it's not in the list of AFCIA projects. But yeah, just check it. So, and whatever it's right, just adjust accordingly.
Okay, so we didn't miss that. It's just like, okay, right. We thought like, poof. On the number of the TNA that have been kicked off, I think, as mentioned, a lot of TNAs in the past were done or were requested by NDEs through the readiness, the GCF readiness support. So that's how the CTCN have been implementing technical assistance on TNA using the readiness support. As you may know, the GCF changed the modalities for the readiness 2 years ago, and we've been also raising awareness, invited GCF colleagues in every NDE forum in 2024, I think, to explain the change of these modalities. So if there is NDE that would like to actually ask TNA through the readiness, we encourage them to coordinate with the NDA, because this should be part of the readiness strategy of the country. So because of the change of the modality. As I mentioned earlier, also encouragement from the decisions in Belém, but even before, like technology implementation program was adopted in Global Stocktake, Dubai, right? In which that there is encouragement, or the aim of the chip is to implement the outcomes of the NA, technology priorities identified in LDC, not LDC, NAPS, NDC, LTLATs, as well as technical assistance. So this is the direction from parties that we actually taking forward, in which we emphasize to countries, there are avenues for you to develop and update your TNA, and we always mention to them UNEP-CCC is one of them. Star allocation could also be used if you would like actually to implement your TNA, which is a lot of countries really interested to do. The CTCM is actually welcoming that. And this is like our kind of like a shifting a little bit of the focus of how we, as an implementation arm, is actually emphasizing on the implementation of the TNA and TAP. Because otherwise, again, we also receive complaint from countries that my TNA just sits there on the shelf, doesn't get implemented. So we always encourage them, please do talk to CTCN, because we could pick one sector, one technology. Let's build the roadmap. You already heard from my previous presentation how from the roadmap it could get implemented, you know, and there is a lot of things that could be done after that. I think on Pedro, on matchmaking opportunities, I give a short example, and then Julia can explain later on about the expectation of the modalities. The one with the Business Sweden is, of course, like the first ever. We always like to try new things, and then it worked well during the COP, but we're also looking into other modalities, and depends also on how different private sector associations would like to take it forward, right? Thank you also, Erlan, for encouragement to continue this production or preparation of concept notes, as well as for encouragement by Orly on the engaging the philanthropists. Yes, this is quite actually, we did engage a lot of philanthropists. I think in my observation, and Julia can actually also add to that, one of the challenges is the philanthropies or foundation normally is really specific or wanting only to fund a specific topic, which is not necessarily aligned with the program of work of CTCN. For example, we approach one foundation, they only want to work on health, climate and health, and of course this is a little bit outside of the program of work of CTCN that's already been approved by the board. I think the rest of the questions, thank you so much also for Japan. We will continue working on the post-DA and continue with the coordination with the multilateral development banks to avoid the overlap. And this is precisely as the resources is getting less and less, then the CTCN is fully aware of this. And the only way we do that is collaborate and put together or work together with other organizations. So I stop there and pass on to Julia on the indicators question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. First, also to just expand a bit on the expectations on matchmaking, which Ariesta already mentioned. But I think what's key here is also because this is a very new area which we are working on. We don't have a formula or a recipe in place. And I think when we start these conversations, we also mention this is very individual. So we are very flexible in this area still because we're expanding and seeing what works. So when a country, if a country has a specific need, we can adapt to that. So I think with Business Sweden and the Swedish NDE, it was a very organic thing that happened. And it won't, for instance, when it came to Denmark's State of Green. We should also mention that for this specific matchmaking that we mentioned here, we have predominantly worked with private-public partnerships, as we see that as a very good area to also complement existing resource mobilization and also just see what, we just find that to be a very interesting area to work on. So for instance, with Denmark's State of Green, they have a really interesting approach on climate financing within Denmark. So we're, for instance, going to do a webinar. Thank you to J1 as well for organizing that, to introduce that to different NDEs to showcase Denmark's model and see if that could be, if that could work in other countries as well. And for Canada's Trade Commission, I think there the conversation revolves around there's a lot of innovative clean tech happening in Canada, and we have an interesting ticket size, right? Because we're quite small. Our ticket size is quite small, so we're uniquely tailored for small companies that want to enter into, engagement with the UN, for instance. And here we are a really good stepping stone. So these are just three very different conversations we've had, and we're very open to expand and see what other things work. So basically, there's no formula. We just want to see what works. And on Canada's inputs, just also on philanthropies, exactly as Ariesta mentioned, it just takes a really long time to start a conversation there. And for instance, Novo Nordisk is a good example. I think the first meeting with Novo Nordisk was in April 2024. And it's now that we're finalizing that. So it just takes a really long time if you start up a new relationship. And with the impact indicators specifically, because there is no target set for the overall third program of work, we don't have a comparison target. So for 2024, we do not compare because we look at the overall program of work, but we can definitely see how we can amend it for the next AOP. And I think for the fourth program of work, we in any case will have a larger discussion about our M&E framework. And here we can also look at all the lessons learned and incorporate that. I think that was it from my side. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we'll go to the UNFCCC, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that question on the third independent review of the effectiveness of the CTCN. So just to recall that the mandate for the review stems from that decision that the COP took in 2021 on the second independent review. More precisely, that is decision 11 CP26, para 24, where the Secretariat was requested to commission the review for consideration at COP31. And in line with that mandate, the review will be finalized and the document will be published on the UNFCCC website under the respective COP agenda item in August, in line with the UNFCCC document deadlines for COP31. I'd like to make use of that occasion to also share with you that this decision also provides for the organization of a dialogue by the Secretariat, at which the findings of the third independent review will be discussed. And that dialogue will be organized also at COP31, and hereby warmly welcome all of you who will be in presence there to join that dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moritz. So we would like to open the floor now to any observers who wish to comment on this item. So the floor is open. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
I have a very long association with the CTCN, and I must appreciate for broadening the network, whatever I had seen in the this thing in the presentation. It is good, even though with the shrinking resources, whatever the achievement made by CTCN is quite largely appreciable and commendable. This is further to expand many more countries, such as I am from the country, I am the highly populated country of India, where the climate extremes are going on, increasing with the thing this depleting resources, and altogether the thing is our networks reach will reach India also soon, I believe. That is, for that part, I am expecting the thing is much more work need to be done, and the thing is this NDEs will come forward to look towards India also, I believe. The thing is whatever I will also participate in this thing, talking to the Ministry of Climate Change, Government of India, so that the thing is much more work will be happening in India, and that is what is this thing. It is whatever happening is good, and it has to go on this thing develop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any other observers who wish to intervene? Thank you. Would you like to briefly respond to that? Very much for your comment, sir, and that's been well captured, I'm advised. So thank you, everyone who has contributed to this discussion. Indeed, the report on the annual operating plan, the 2025 activities, will be updated and finalised based upon the feedback that has been received in this agenda item. So thank you very much again for your inputs. And we turn now to agenda sub-item 15.2. So this is the presentation on the CTCN's 2025 financial report. And in connection with this, I would like to invite UNEP to present the 2025 official accounts as contained in meeting document 15.2a, as well as the overview of CTCN finances contained in meeting document 15.2b and the report on activity areas as contained in meeting document 15c. So we're very pleased to have with us Mr. Didier Saltzman, who is Chief of the Program Management and Administration Units under the Climate Change and Economy divisions of UNEP. So Didier, you're very welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And after the comprehensive report on activity, it's no secret that this is not happening out of thin air. So I'd like to give you the overview of the financial element that has been supported the work of the CTCN. Okay. In 2025, the CTCN has received $8,911,000 US and has expended against this the equivalent of $8,709,000. That gives a financial balance of 1.1 million, which is cumulated to the balance that was existing at the beginning of the year of 2025 of 11 million to now $12.5 million. This, the 9.8 million received in cash are essentially from Denmark, the Republic of Korea, Germany, the Adaptation Fund, Canada, Japan, Sweden, Austria, and Spain for the exhaustive list. We have received also a pro bono support from the Republic of Korea amounting to 201,000 US dollar. That will explain the fact that we have basically implemented in total over, sorry, I need to change here as well, over $8.1 million of program of work activities against a total budget of 10.2 million, which is an 80% implementation rate. Contributing to this, the main part is the technical assistance, which has implemented its budget envelope at 86%, with 4.5 million delivered out of 5.3 budgeted. The second large budget item is the CTCN operations that has been implemented at 71%. And as Ayesta was explaining, it's essentially due to some vacant positions that have been recently filled. Now, the CTCN lineup is completely staffed. There are other elements that are contributing to the global implementation. One that has been largely discussed in the previous session is the NDE local support, where 10,000 have been spent against an original envelope of 150,000. In terms of proportion, the technical assistance, as always, represents the lion's share of the expenditure with 56%. Comes second, the CTCN operation with 19%. And then the stakeholder engagement, the ND engagement, and the capacity building, which also has been mentioned specifically in Ayesta presentation. Looking forward, we still have 2 years in the program of work. So the 2026 is now pretty well funded, and we have 17 million either in the bank or as pledges. Sorry, yes, I need to. I spoke over this. Sorry, multitasking is not my favorite.
Technology people.
So, with the cash carry forward and what we are going to collect as contribution in 2026, we will be collecting 17 million. We will have at our disposal 17 million, against which we will spend the amount of the program of work that has been approved back in September last year, which is the 10.2 million. That is basically putting us into a carry forward, on an expected carry forward in 2027 of more or less, that would be, sorry, 8.4 million, with what we expect to spend, to receive, sorry, in 2027. So until the end of the program of work, we are yet to collect, we are still having at our disposal 21 million. 50% of those 21 millions are an earmarked contribution, and or more or less 50%, the other 50% are earmarked against specific program of work outputs. And now, if we look back from the inception of the CTCN, we are at $134 million collected, with the main contributors being the European Commission, followed by the Adaptation Fund, followed by, sorry, it's too small for me, by Japan, yeah. Japan, Denmark, Republic of Korea, the GCF, Germany, Switzerland, and then more smaller donors in terms of contribution to the CTCN, like Jeff, Sweden, the EU, again, and Italy, Spain, and so on and so forth. This is a very short overview of the financial situation and what has been happening in 2025. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Didier, for that very helpful overview. So, colleagues, before opening the floor, just again to note that our task here is to endorse the 2025 final financial statement. So with that, I do open the floor to members first who have any comments. The floor is open. I see Sweden, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you also for that presentation about the financial report for last year. I would just like to also highlight the countries that weren't mentioned here. I don't think it was on purpose, but I know Canada also made a great contribution to the CTCN over time, and I think also the Norway and the US weren't mentioned, even though, yeah. So I just wanted to highlight that. And then I had some questions on the spending during the year. I think you mentioned already in your report that they were underspending on some items, and there were some explanations given to some of these items. But I wanted to ask more specifically about the underspending on monitor and evaluation and the knowledge sharing activities and content development, and perhaps also on outreach and communication. If you could just give a little bit more context on why less money than planned was spent on those items. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sweden. So just to check before we do go back for a response, if there are other members who wish to... I'm sorry? Yes, if you do want to speak, colleagues, and you're in the room, please raise your flag and we'll take your intervention. Are there any interventions online? Japan, please.
Thank you very much. Just a minor comment. Sorry, this is not substantive. Just I think it was on the presentation, page 6. There are 2 items of donations, contributions from Japan. Sorry, this is to go into small details. But the second item, linkage between tech and mechanisms, it's labeled as it's from the Ministry of Environment. But I have been informed that it's actually from Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. So if you could add the METI's name on the list, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan, for that point. So seeing no other interventions, I go back to UNEP and CTCN for responses, please.
I will first apologize for not mentioning the entire list of contributors, but indeed, we do recognize and appreciate the valuable contribution from Norway and from Germany and Canada, The correction on the ministry will be indeed reflected. And for the element on the specific budget lines that have been underspent or overspent, not necessarily overspent, but underspent, I will pass it on to Ariesta.
Thank you, Didier, and thank you so much, AB members, for the questions. Of course, we noticed this underspend in some of the items, and I believe Sweden was asking particularly on the KMS and the MNE, correct? So just look at my notes here. So I think the it was mentioned, so where did we start? Okay, so the budget for 2025 would have been approved by the board in 2024, and particularly on the item of the monitoring and evaluations in the amount of 70,000, I think it was budgeted. There was an anticipation of having a MNE site visit or field visit and plan dashboard. So we didn't have this MNE site visit. And also the plan dashboard, as I mentioned earlier in my presentations, like we actually procuring it, it will actually come for this year. So there will be a bit of shift in there. On the KMS, yes, this is quite low. This particularly come also, the budget for KMS, I'm sorry, Knowledge Management System, comprised of KMS from different programs. So European Commission program was one of them. And particularly we had quite a sizable budget for KMS under the EC on security program, in which we end up visited to make the video reportage and photo reportage fewer number than expected because of the security reason. I recall actually in Nepal, our reporter was, videographer and reporter was there at the time, even like when there was the turbulence in the country. So we had to cancel actually 2 or 3 countries, if I'm not mistaken. So this, the KMS or portion of KMS could not be undertaken. Yes, and have mentioned by Didier that in the last table we reflect just the name of the countries rather than the ministries. I think this is a comment that made by Kauru. Thank you, Kauru, for highlighting that. But perhaps we can change the graph to reflect the agencies and the ministries separately, if this is okay also. Yes, actually, thank you, Chair. Actually, Stephen just pointed out in the figure 4, we actually broke it down into 2 different ministries that's actually helping the funding of the CTCN, but not under the total secured funding to date. Thank you.
Thank you both. So are there any other members who wish to intervene? Checking also for online. We can also open the floor to observers at this point who wish to comment. Please, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the elaborative presentation. As it was going on, I was trying to relate it with Ariesta's presentation, where I thought I had questions and I thought that they would be answered by this presentation. But my reflection is on, I think there is this growing tendency of having balance carried forward, unspent money. So is it an issue of, can we say it is proper management, or it is as a result of staffing capacity, low absorption, and what reflection does it have on the overall capacity of the host and the CTCN at large? But also I'm looking at the fact that next year, 2027, the work plan is ending. So do we take the balance forward to the new work plan? And so if not, what are we planning to do to make sure that the absorption matches the demand, keeping in mind that there are so many unattended to budget lines? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is the Yengo constituency, please.
Thank you, Chair. Victor Minotti from the Environmental NGO constituency, Demand Climate Justice. Yeah, I'm struck by the numbers, and I mean, it looks like over a year in reserves, which I don't know, by NGO standards, that's fantastic. And as much as I read the newspaper, that seems to be extraordinary for any United Nations program. And I'm just wondering, like, what is that an accurate sense of the situation? That seems to me like CTCN is in a good position when I thought it was really quite a dire situation. But maybe, anyway, I'm just wondering how you view this compared to other UN programs in this area. And then I was wondering, is this the place to also discuss about the resource mobilization? I know it'll happen a little bit later. I don't see Julia in the room right now, but oh, there you are, okay. Well, like, sorry, you were over here and then I didn't see you back there. Just seeing ClimateWorks on the list of foundations, and I'm just wondering how that conversation went and how the contacts were. It's curious that on their board right now are two former U.S. State Department officials that have been saying no to the TECMEC for years, and I'm just surprised to see that they're who we would go to. And anyway, we can continue that conversation afterwards, but was surprised to see that on the list as well.
Thank you very much, Victor. I understand we have the European Union online, so the EU, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and also many thanks to the Secretariat for that presentation, really reflective of the good work of the Secretariat. One point that I've already raised bilaterally with the Secretariat, but that Ariesta mentioned on the Commission program on climate technologies in conflict-sensitive countries that came to an end in December 2025, where some minor communication activities had to be cancelled due to the security situation in some of the countries, and where we found ourselves in a situation where the CTCN had to reallocate or to give back some of the funding to the European Commission, because from our side as donors, that we never want to get money back. We always want to make sure that the full amount stays with the organizations that we are giving the money to. So perhaps just a suggestion to the CTCN for earmarked funding programs to always have a plan B, that if some activities cannot be implemented, that there are other options of how the money can be spent, so that we can just avoid any future situations where money is being sent back to us, because of course we want the money as much as possible to always stay with the CTCN. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. So we turn now to CTCN and UNEP for any further responses, please.
Thank you. I will start. So basically, question on the balances and how does the balance grow, and how much is a good balance and how much is too much, and what will happen at the end of the program of work. It is good fiduciary practice to have some money in advance. Now, indeed, this is also the reflection of underperformance from previous years. The CTCN has been a mechanism that has been fairly well funded. The slide which is still up is a representation of the financial inflow. We have historically not overachieved the program of work budget volume, and we have grown that balance over the years. And now it is, I think, the 12 or 13 years of closure, and so we are carrying forward now the equivalent of 1 year funding, which puts the CTCN in a healthy position until the end of basically the program of work. Now, a lot of things will happen, and there is a hosting bid that is in the place. So UNEP may or may not be the host of the CTCN when it comes to the end of the program of work at the end of 2027. Those balances, to the extent possible, will be in case UNEP wins the bid, then it is just seamlessly kept and programmed for the next phase of the CTCN. Should UNEP lose the bid, then we will have to wind down all the contractual modalities and pass on to the next host the budget balances or the cash balances, so that the new host is able to, when constituting its secretariat, to recontract and start implementing again the same type of activities. I think what happened at the end of the work program will, at this time, essentially depend on what happened on the host bidding. Once again, if UNEP is retained as the host institution, then the end fund balance at the end of the work program will be the entry balance into the new work program. I think I've covered my points. Over to you, Aista.
Thank you. And to respond to Ingo, I think we can raise that in more detail in the conversation about the resource mobilizations, if you don't mind. As Didier mentioned, that CTCN has been fortunate to have support from all donors, and we would like thank you very much, and really appreciate your support to us. I would like to mention also for Canada, Norway, that's apologies that we missed the mention earlier, the USA as well. And we also in this year, I think it's going to be, it's reported, we have a new donor, Austria also, that's started supporting CTCN. And thank you so much for the trust, and we really look forward together with these relationships, and you know, we That's the reason we're being transparent and open. And as mentioned earlier by Christopher, also we had even the discussions with the donor on how the best to spend the money, is it to be returned, and so on and so forth. But we take the lessons learned in terms of the earmark funding, whereby we will start also thinking about the options right from the beginning. And I think we've already started doing that with the ICS EU program as well. So we'll make sure that actually the balance is completed by the end of the program. So I would like again to express our deep appreciations for the trust and the support and contributions by all countries and all parties, as well as the institutions and organizations that makes CTCN where we are right now. So thank you for this partnership.
Thank you. Thank you, Ariesta and Didier, for your responses. And thank you, everyone who has contributed comments and questions. With that, I take it that the Advisory Board has endorsed the 2025 final financial statement based on this feedback. Thank you, colleagues. So the final financial statement for 2025 is so endorsed. We will now take a short 15-minute coffee break, but before we do that, I would invite everyone to join us for a group photo outside, and after that we'll return in 15 minutes, so at 3:15. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Dear members, we will attempt to try and take the picture outside if it's not raining, so please follow outside to the main banner that we have in front of the building. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, from coffee and photo. Hope you all enjoyed the refreshments and the refreshing, very bracing weather outside. Quite a difference from what we experienced over the weekend. So we're going to continue with the afternoon's agenda, but before this, we've been to, I think since I got here on Thursday, I've been to 4 different meetings in 3 different rooms. So we've been moving around a bit, and unfortunately our new colleague from Pakistan had a bit of trouble finding this room this afternoon, and he missed his introduction, but he is joining the advisory board for the first time, and I would just like to hand over to Daniel from Pakistan to introduce himself and just say a little bit about his time coming to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Good afternoon, everyone. I was on the right floor, but the wrong building. But then I got stuck in the elevator. But it's a pleasure to be here. It's my first CTCN advisory board meeting. I come from the Foreign Ministry of Pakistan. I've served in Geneva and before that in France. And I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, and you're very welcome. And I have been following Pakistan recently over the last few years. Very impressive adoption of solar energy. It's been a real leading world power in technology transfer and taking solar into their energy system. So very glad to have you on board and to learn a little bit more about Pakistan's adoption of climate technologies. So welcome again. We're going to continue now with the agenda. So we're on to item 16.1, the Network Engagement Strategy. And our role here as board members is to consider the strategy as it's presented and to agree to finalise it if we can. And that will be document AB/2026/27/16.1, the Network Engagement Strategy. So agenda item 16 on network membership and engagement, and specifically to sub-item 16.1 on the Network Engagement Strategy as contained in this document, which I've just referenced. The advisory board here is invited to consider this document and finalise the network engagement strategy. Since the adoption and subsequent revision of the guiding principles and criteria for establishing the Climate Technology Centre and Network at the 3rd advisory board meeting, relatively limited attention has been given to its operational aspects. With the network's significant growth in recent years, the advisory board at its 25th meeting requested the Secretariat to assess the current engagement practices, identify strengths and gaps, and propose a more strategic approach to enhancing collaboration. In response, the Secretariat has conducted a network-wide survey, the results of which were presented at the 26th Advisory Board meeting. Following that discussion, and in line with the Board's request, the Secretariat circulated a draft network engagement strategy for written feedback, taking into account relevant developments, including outcomes from COP30. Based on the inputs received, the Secretariat has finalised the proposed strategy now before us. I now invite Wu Jin and Than Than from the Secretariat to introduce the strategy. Wu Jin, Than Than, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Do you hear me well?
We having some audio issues here, Wu Jin. So just maybe if you could try, give us a sound check.
Hi, do you hear me well?
Yes, we do now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. I will present the network strategy, building on the proposal and discussion from the last 8 minutes, please. Let me begin with a brief overview. So I'm not going to brief all the details as it's already presented by Ariesta. So we have now 985 members to date, and we have 53 new members since the last 8 meetings. And the majorities are coming from the private sector. About 64% are private sector, and the others are NGOs and non-profit organizations. Next, please. Let me briefly provide the background to the strategy. As presented at the last AP meeting, the network has grown rapidly, but however, our approaches to engaging the network has not evolved at the same pace. That gap is what this strategy aims to address. So following the presentation of the proposal at the last AB meeting, we received valuable feedback from 11 AB members, either during the session or in written meeting. While many members were supportive of the proposed activities, some raised important considerations, particularly regarding the feasibility of delivery, including resource and budget constraints. There were also suggestions to further refine and streamline certain activities. Overall, the feedback can be summarized in three methods. First one is quality over extension. Some of the members want to prioritize meaningful engagement rather than increasing net sizes. Also, the members want to consolidate post activities and focus on goal outcomes. Last but not least, members want to improve collaboration between network members and national investment entities, already raised by Halima during the presentation.
Wijin, sorry to interrupt, but we're still having some audio issues. I was wondering if maybe you could adjust your microphone a little bit.
Okay, so do you hear me clearly now?
That's a bit better, thank you.
So next, please. Okay, in parallel, the outcomes of COP30, CMA7 further solidify the role of CTC in facilitating network, particularly in strengthening delivering in-country support, promoting collaborative RD&D, enhancing knowledge and tools, and facilitating matchmaking for implementation. Taking into account both the AP members and the period of CMA guidance decisions, we have refined and adjusted post activities. We'll now hand over to Clinton, our net specialist, who will indeed.
Hey everyone, can you hear me well?
We can hear you, thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Tintin Dranova, and I have joined the CTCN last year as the Network Engagement and the Capacity Building Specialist. So I will continue in the same presentation, and I would like to walk you through the strategic actions and the key activities that have been also updated after getting feedback. So we are, yes, and then great. So the strategy is structured around three main actions. So first, we aim to facilitate collaboration and strengthen also finance linkages through new engagement modalities. Secondly, we want to focus on enhancing existing engagement to make it more effective and inclusive. And thirdly, we also aim to strengthen coordination and management to ensure a more systematic and evidence-based approach. So together, these actions position the network as a more collaborative and impact-oriented platform, supporting country-driven implementation. So yeah, great. So when we look at the first strategic action, the focus here is on introducing new engagement modalities to strengthen linkages between technology support and also finance. So these include three main activities. So firstly, this would be Network First, which will serve as matchmaking platform, bringing together NDEs and network members, as we already did for the first time at the Africa ND Forum. Secondly, we would like to also introduce a bit more systematic pro bono models that could encourage members to contribute resources and expertise beyond funded activities. for example, through self-funded workshops or also technical support. And thirdly, we'd like to conduct thematic RD&D groups that could be developed to foster collaboration and research development and demonstration, including through twinning arrangements and so on. So overall, this first action would aim to create more dynamic and flexible pathways for collaboration across the whole network. If we look at how we plan to operationalize this and the timeline of it, we have already launched a series of network fairs across the regions, beginning with Africa ND Forum, and then we also continue to do the network fair at the LAC ND Forum on May 20th, as well as at the Asia ND Forum on the 7th of July, and we will also see if we will be able to host them at the other remaining ND forums. And these fairs are designed as a space for exchange and as well as partnership building. When it comes to the pro bono contributions, I think this will be more ongoing and flexible depending on the members' interest. With the thematic RD&D groups, this would be a slightly longer term effort, as there is more further development needed to be done and planned towards perhaps 2027. And as you already know, we have hosted the first network fair at the Africa ND Forum on the 20th of March. Early feedback from the Africa Network Fair showed a strong engagement as well as valuable exchanges between the NDs and the members. We have hosted it on the Wednesday on the 20th of March after the site visit, where we had around 6 out of 9 network members join on site, together with some local institutions as well. And it led into a lot of bilateral discussions between the NDs and the network members. For the first network fair, of course, although there were some logistical challenges on site as well, I think it received a lot of positive feedback and also led to some follow-up discussions between the NDs and some of the network members after the network fair. And we are also excited to continue our efforts and make better engagements at the upcoming network fairs. So then we move on to the strategic action number 2, which focuses on strengthening what we already do by making also the engagement more effective, inclusive, and responsive. So this includes key activities focusing on deeper involvement of members in ND fora, also their stronger contributions to capacity building and knowledge co-development. We are also aiming to expand thematic webinars, improve members' visibility, and also continue encouraging them to showcase their technologies more on the CTCN website. If we go to the next slide, here we also wanted to visualize how we do that in practice. So both the engagement, of course, at the ND fora and the capacity building contributions follow the existing regional fora and the programs across Africa, Latin America, and Asia. So we are seeing diverse forms of engagements, from technical presentations, from implementing partners, as well as from the network members on the different themes. Here I visualize some examples how network members engage at the different programs. As you can see, the roles can vary a lot. We also did pitch presentations by network members in the Asia ND Forum. We also had a network member as a co-host of the whole program last time at the SITS ND Forum. And very recently, we also had network members lead workshops during the Work Cafe tour at the ND forums as well. So these examples highlight how members are already contributing expertise, sharing solutions, and supporting also peer learning across regions. So building on this, thank you. Several of these activities are already on the way and continuing to expand. So if we continue to the next key activities, there is knowledge co-development, which remains an ongoing effort as well. And it's mainly shaped by the interest coming from the network itself, as you can see on the slide. And it already includes also a number of joint publications that have been already developed by partners, we also have upcoming joint work, which is planned on AI solutions across Africa. When it comes to thematic webinars, those will be further scaled up and to be delivered regularly to facilitate exchange on priority technologies. This could be on a quarter basis. Member visibility will continue to be strengthened through consistent communication, particularly by showcasing active members and successful collaboration in newsletters, which are going out on a monthly basis. In parallel, we also plan to improve how technologies are presented on the CTCN website. So as you can see here, a growing range of technology solutions from the network are being featured on a regular basis. However, we would like to build a dedicated solution sites so those solutions can be searched more easily than they are now. So if we move to the third strategic action, here we want to focus on improving how us as CTCN coordinate and manage the network. So the goal here is to enhance transparency, consistency, and evidence-based planning. So key elements here would include annual member orientation, biannual feedback surveys, better recognition of member contributions, as well as improved tracking of engagement and expertise through enhanced knowledge management system. If we move to the final slide. So here, these improvements are already being put into practice. For example, we have held the first annual orientation with the network members earlier this year on 28th of February, where we provided members with a clear understanding of engagement opportunities that they have with us overall, also plan activities in 2026. And we have also, for the first time, invited Yunon to co-host the webinar with us. And Yunon kind of dive into a different technical assistance process for bidding. And we receive a lot of great feedback from the network members here as well, and a lot of follow-up engagement conversations as well, how they could contribute. After that, we also plan to have the biannual network survey as well. So that would be on a 2-year cycle. So as you know, we did the network survey last year, so we will do another one next year. Then we also want to increase efforts to improve the tracking and expertise mapping. That is already being advanced at the moment through a dedicated working group, which is working on this. And all these steps basically help to ensure that the network would evolve based on the evidence and as well as the members' input. So I will finish here now, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Thanthan, and thank you, Woojin, for the presentation. Colleagues, I now open the floor for your reflections and comments. I kindly ask that interventions remain concise and focused on the proposed strategy. Yes, Canada.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. I think this document is very strong, and it's come a long way from when we first started discussing it. I just have a couple of comments just on the strategic action 1. Just on under 1.2, I see that it says offer and promote pro bono participation models for network members. But then in the examples in the brackets, it mentions members providing financial support on post-T8 projects. I don't have a specific problem with if they wanted to provide financial support, but it seems different from what 1.2 says, which is offer and promote pro bono participation models. So maybe that just needs to be corrected, as they're not quite the same thing. For 1.3, I think this is great to establish thematic groups, and it's a way for network members to engage with each other. I have heard from network members that they would like to learn from each other a little bit more, reach out a little bit more to each other. So I'm wondering if there's a way to embed in here or specify or perhaps add another key activity related to member-to-member engagement mechanisms. For example, that could include, I believe at the last meeting, we talked about maybe some kind of, LinkedIn group or something where they can find each other and communicate with each other, or even have some concrete ways where they can find contacts at the different NDE, key contacts at the different, sorry, not NDE, of the different network members. So just a couple of thoughts there. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. And next on the list, we have Georgia.
So this morning we had our Non-Annex 1 meeting, and so this also, what I'm going to say now, it's agreed within the representatives and the members from Non-Annex 1. So about the strategy, so also, yeah, so sorry, I lost my train of thoughts. Let me open it. Yeah, so about, yeah, so I'm back now. About the strategy, so about the network members, so there are two categories, yeah? One category is existing network members, and the other category is like the network members that we would like to attract, and especially in order to fill the expertise gap that's also mentioned in the network members survey. Yeah, so that's why I think especially this to attract new network members, it's kind of missing from the. We think that it's kind of missing from the current strategy. Also about the engagement, I think it's a little bit so we know what the kind of the activities that CTCN is doing now. However, we would like to see more precise kind of the definition what an engagement means, so what kind of activities it means. Yeah. Also about the time frame, and I think it's very important. So it's not, there is no time frame for network engagement strategy. So the first, it's a question. So what do you think it's a time frame? If not, we have a suggestion for that. But first, we want to listen to your answer. So about the, we have also very concrete proposals in terms of the activities under, especially under Strategic Action 1 and Strategic Action 3. So under the Strategic Action 1, maybe it's, I think we suggest to conduct systematic, regional and thematic expertise gap mapping to guide strategic network development. So why we think it's important? So in the, if we read well the survey and the outcomes of the survey, one of the key problems that you can read there directly and also between the line, it's like the expertise gap. Yeah, network members say that, those who filled in the survey, so they say that because of they cannot be engaged in the TA implementation because of they don't have that kind of expertise. So maybe it's good to CTCN to do the mapping, so kind of the mapping exercise, what kind of expertise is missing from the network members and existing network members, and try to maybe proactively then later reach and outreach the potential network members. So the second activity that we would like to propose is like targeted recruitment of network members to address strategic expertise and regional gaps. So it logically comes from the first exercise, like this mapping exercise. So it's really good. We think that it was, I think maybe my colleagues will edit later and elaborate on this more, but both matters, regional representation of network members as well as expertise representation within the network members. Especially, I think we've said that many times during different MBABs that, especially in the context of TA, and tomorrow we will raise that again. In the context of TA, it's important to have TAs to be done. Or to be encouraged to be done by the organizations knowing the context of the country. So that's under the first, we proposed these two activities under the first strategic action. About the third strategic action, so we proposed 3 activities to be added. I'm not suggesting to be replaced, that to be added. So the first, it's review membership selection criteria and establish clear membership obligations. I think that's something that can be, I don't know, discussed because Ariesta said that, and we also know that. So the most of the network members, so when 10 years ago when they were registered as network members, since that they have not really, many of them have not been engaged. Yeah, so 80% or something. Yeah, also it's. and interesting. So that's why I think it's important to really look into once again what can we done in order to they to be engaged. And so I think to have maybe to look into the selection criteria and establish some kind of obligation for the network members. Like maybe in every the year they too do participate in, or like whatever engagement is, like in one of the activities or something. So we really we cannot say what exactly now, but we would like you to look into that later. But as an activity, so it's review membership criteria and establish clear member obligations, but we're open to it. So the next one, it's introduce structured member categorization and a user-friendly expertise search system. So this morning we did an exercise. We checked the CTCN the website, and also we tried to look different network members. So this is how we found. So I think that it requires some adjustment, maybe not much, but this search to be more user-friendly, especially in terms of the categorization, yeah? And the third one, it's improve coordination through better communication mechanisms by the Secretariat. So it's like quite general, but I think it's something that you're already doing and maybe to enhance it a little. So I think that's it from our side. And so the question is, like, when we say in network member engagement, so what do we mean engagement? And that's like if we do, so if there is a joint webinar, so it's already an engagement, yeah? Or it's only a TA implementation that's engagement. So it's kind of the question that we have. So that's all from our side. So it was on behalf of non-Annex 1 parties, AB members. And so my colleagues, please feel free to add or maybe clarify or elaborate more. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia, on behalf of non-Annex 1. Next up, we have Sweden. Please, Erland.
Thank you. Chair or Vice Chair? Thank you, Christian. Co-chair, very good. So I wanted to just specifically highlight the key activity 1.1 to organize network fairs in conjunction with regional NDE fora to serve as matchmaking platforms. I think this is an excellent idea. So no more feedback than saying that this is a really good idea. So very good. And then a comment on the proposal from the non-Annex 1 countries here. I think all of us, of course, we want engaged network members. I'm just wondering if it's a good idea to have obligations on network members. It might be a good idea, but I think we should also consider which consequences this might have. It might result in fewer network members. Maybe it will be better. I mean, we will have fewer, more active members, but it's not necessarily automatically good. We have to be careful in the way that we're formulating these obligations, because it might be counterproductive to what we actually want to achieve here. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sweden. Next, we have an online intervention from Brussels. It's the European Commission. Christopher, can you connect?
Yes, do you hear me?
You're a bit faint.
Okay, let's see. Do you hear me better now?
Much better, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Tantan, and all the colleagues that have developed this strategy. I think it's a good document that will help strengthen the work of the CTCN. First of all, to very much echo the comments raised by Orly, and on also the point of network member obligations, fully support Erland's points there on. I think we need to be cautious about posing obligations on network members, because membership in the network is entirely voluntary, and that a lot of the TAs are implemented in collaboration with the network members. So I think if we see a decline in network membership, it will also have an impact on the CTCN's ability of providing technical assistance. And I think having really strict obligations might make many organizations hesitant to join the network. So my suggestion would instead, about talking about obligations, I would rather say that we should provide many opportunities for network members to do more and in supporting developing countries on a voluntary basis. And I think that this strategy is a good step towards this. I also wanted to connect to another point, namely on the possibility of CTCN co-developing publications with companies, and this links to network members doing more for developing countries. I think this is a good opportunity that will really contribute to the dissemination of climate technologies and knowledge sharing. However, I think more operationally, I think it would be good to have some form of approval process or that the CTCN Secretariat presents to the AB an idea of the kind of publications they would like to co-develop together with companies, so that we have early on a green light for the CTCN to go ahead with these collaborations before the Secretariat invests time and resources that would risk being blocked at a later stage, because that's something that we've seen with some tech publications as part of the joint annual report. So to have something operationally so that we can give a thumbs up to the Secretariat to work on these co-publications. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher, for a very early morning in Brussels. Next, we have the Tech Vice Chair. Please, Celine.
Thank you, CTCN Vice Chair. So I have a question. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the CTCN for this really impressive document. It shows you've really thought through the whole issue of network engagement quite well. And so I just have a question of, is there room for cooperation with the tech in this strategy? For example, have these network members ever asked to have tech products sent to them systematically? How are technology products and policy briefs distributed to them? Have there ever been any joint workshops between the network members and tech activity groups, etc.? So just wanted to ask, has there been any interaction between the network and the tech work? And then on a quite different issue about knowing who the members of the network are before ascribing obligations to the network members. So CTCN kindly shared the distribution list of the network members in my country. And I saw that, in fact, some of the people have changed jobs. And so my question then is, do you have in each country a contact who can help you keep in touch and follow more closely the turnover in the network organizations? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Next, I believe we have Egypt.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, we have agreed on what Georgia has been said, and we need also to emphasize what engagements in regional fora, for example, does mean, because it will be included to finance them to attend. Yeah, or another meaning for this engagement. And there is something Canada only that had been mentioned that regarding the obligation or being invited to the forum or the forums. I don't know. I'm wondering. most of members, network members, for example, ask for fees for their own business to be done, but and in the same time they are very proud to being member of CTCN. So why we don't have a way, modality to in order to get them more involved, because 20% of the 900 plus membership or members, it's so weak number. What about the rest of this large number? We want to encourage this, slow water, or regarding the strategic three strategic suggested from the secretariat here, we need more to be there from their membership, because I know some they make business with their membership of CTCN. So, and they are just be proud that we are CTCN member, but never offer his service for the CTCN services. So that is my point, and if you don't mind, only to mention again what have you said. Thank you.
Thank you, Egypt. And next we have Burkina Faso.
It was you, but they give me the floor before. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. In addition to what Georgia said, I would like to also suggest that we define a time frame for the strategy, for example, to be revised together with the work program or 1 year after the work program. This is in the aim to improve, if possible, in the future, the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Traore. Next, I'd like to invite Engo to make the intervention, please. Yes, please go ahead, Nigeria.
Thank you, Christian. I think we just had tea, and Burkina Faso and I kind of look different. What she didn't say is that actually I raised my flag first, but you called on her, but it's okay. With that being said, thank you for the floor anyway. So regarding network engagement and the network members, I did hear something about I did ask about not having active members. I've heard what Sweden and Ariesta said. You should have more, you should encourage more, but what kind of encouragement? As Kete has said, we have this much, but a majority are not active. In as much as we want to encourage people being part of the network, do we want what Egypt said, slow water? So that is what to consider. And then the issue about, mentioned earlier by Katie on behalf of our group, about the obligations of the network members. Perhaps maybe we'll look at another word, maybe the roles or something like that, but they definitely should have roles apportioned to them and reiterated to them, since you are looking at having more. I definitely would not want us to sacrifice having more network members at the risk of having some kind of redundancy. So how can we go about that? Katie and I had just been texting. Perhaps we need to also look at, just like AB members have terms, perhaps you need to look at terms or TORs or renewals of membership for the network members. That way, some of them would also kind of wake up, if you may. I'd like to also reiterate here, just as I told them at the non-Annex 1 meeting we had earlier, the Africa NDEs have specifically asked for a list of the network members. They know we have almost 1,000, but who are they? They need to see, they told me to say this, they need to see a list. And as we discussed and Katie has brought up, perhaps not just to see a list, but to see a kind of categorized or mapped list where any NDE can look at it and say, okay, we have a certain network member from this region. We've also had members of our of the people we've met with today who say we should look at what their expertise are. I think there was like 3 categorizations we suggested, what their memberships are, what their area of registration or operation is, what they've been experience level. So this way, Africa NDEs complained that international consultants that are given to them usually do not have an idea of work within the places they go to do these TAs. Some of them just come in or do it on Zoom. Some with some conscience come in and stay for a day and leave. So if we want effective TAs, we need to map or do this mapping or categorization so that countries are giving experts that would deliver on good TAs. And that being said, we agreed on the group, I think, just reiterating that the strategy should be aligned with the BTIP, right, Katie? We should also have a strategy that has some kind of timeline. I think she mentioned that. I've forgotten the third one, excuse me. But finally, the last one is a little bit of editorial on the report, where we have, after the graph, there's a mention, I think the third line, no, the 4th line, where it goes, strengthening linkages between TA, CB, and KS. Okay, I thought you were going to put it. Have we all seen it? The 4th line, where we have TA, CB, and KS. The one with the background, just below the graph. Okay, so there's somewhere there that says TA, CB, and KS. I'm sorry, in my work experience, I do this all the time, this type, perhaps very good report, but sometimes things like that can kind of, this is a reference document and it should so show. I think the next paragraph where it is said, 1, 2, 3, 4, on the 4th and 5th paragraph, the words are put in the correct, you put it in full. Technical assistance, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. So that should come first. You should put it in full first before you start giving it the acronym. You can use the acronym in the subsequent paragraphs. Very minor editorial, but it can kind of give whoever is reading that is not within the system some difficulty or confusion at the beginning. So Secretariat, very good report, but please be a bit mindful about small details like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nigeria. And I must apologise, as the flags have all been coming up, I've been prioritising parties in front of our NGO members. Of course, our constituency for NGO members are full advisory board members and they get precedence in the priority of response. So you've been very patient waiting for me to get through all the party members, and now I've corrected myself. And please, Victor, I think you were first. Go ahead and go.
Thank you, Christian. I have a few different things here. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I am wondering if what we saw on the screen, is that shareable? Because I don't see it in the list of documents. I see like a written document sort of summarizing points, but am I not seeing where the presentation material is? That's one question. Is it shareable? Secondly, I think the whole thing and this whole discussion is useful for right now the Just Transition Work Program, which is considering a network. And I've been urging colleagues in that space to look at this space to see how the network has developed and functioned and designed and purposed over the past few years. And now we have the benefit of a revised strategy that can be useful for that discussion. So I'm just wondering if there's any engagement with people in this space, with your colleagues in that space. If not, I would encourage you to. We're going to be doing that to share some of the lessons learned. Thirdly, I wanted to ask, under the pro bono activities that are proposed, is it envisioned that those could also be online, or are those only things that are in person or on site? It wasn't really clear, but I would like to see that they could be available virtually as well. Fourth, some words were used in there that talked about showcasing and featuring specific solutions. And of course, we all know that technology mechanisms' purpose is to facilitate the transfer of technologies, but of course, we need it to be balanced, right? And so I'm wondering, is there also space in the new network strategy to also share assessments on particular technologies? And I'm thinking specifically, like, for example, the Africa Group has taken leadership in calling for a moratorium on solar radiation management. Several European countries also raising big flags of concern over this. And so I'm wondering, while we're showcasing and featuring stuff, can we also provide assessments of particular technologies based on party experience and research and evidence and so on? And sort of along those lines, I wanted to support Christopher's concerns from the European Commission about in co-publishing collaborations, that there be some sort of process and criteria for what gets the CTCN co-publishing branding, because there is, I'm sure, marketing value in having the CTCN name attached. And then maybe lastly, I'm wondering, when I look at the document, and maybe the thing that helps orient me most around the strategy is the list that talks about, sorry, bear with me, where's that paragraph? Where it talks about the type. I'm wondering how the network priorities are set and the sort of activities. I mean, I think the specific types of activities are all pretty clear and make sense, but I'm seeing, here it is, in the strategic context, that the network is to strengthen cooperation with relevant institutions, foster inclusive and gender-responsive innovation ecosystems, promote north-south, south-south, and triangular partnerships, stimulate cooperative research, development, demonstration, identify, disseminate analytical tools. It's a long list. And so I'm wondering, how did the actual operational priorities get set? And maybe to your point, it's like, is there any sort of annual meeting or occasional assembly or forum where, I mean, we are a network, my organization, Demand Climate Network, and often networks meet and then like decide like among the network, what are the priorities? And then you identify who are the network members that want to collaborate on those priorities, and those emerge as the network priorities. And I'm just not clear how it works with this network, or is it kind of trying to cover everything? So I'd appreciate any clarity on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Enjo. And now we have the Business and Industries NGO. Angela, please.
Hi, everyone. First time taking the floor, so thank you all for hosting us and for organizing the event. Oh, since the subject is the network engagement strategy, I have 2 points. One, the first point is how we present the information. So since we have a list of all the network members in the website, and it's already categorized by country or some technology, for us to properly evaluate the strategy, and if this strategy is connected to, it would be nice if we can always see in the beginning a kind of a qualitative data of the network instead only of the quantitative number. So we can also see what kind of technology our members are working and also. So that would help us to evaluate the strategy. That's the first point. The second point, it's a question. It's related to, is our current network enough to respond to the requests of the NDA, or if it's missing any kind of expertise in the network? Because if it's missing, that's where our strategy should be going. So these are the 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Next, I call upon Ringo. Please, Emily.
Thank you, Vice Chair, or incoming Chair. I also have 2 points, but my intervention will be very quick. I will go back to the relation with the network members on how to make it the number of network being more active. I think we could consider implementing like an annual or biannual checking with inactive CTC network members, including, for example, a message as like, are you still interested in collaborating with us? Along with, for example, additional questions to understand their current interests and how to explore what actions could be could help to re-engage them. So this is 1 point, and the other point is echoing Halima, related to, since we are talking about a new strategy here, I think we should reflect the BTIP, the Belém TIP, in this new strategy, since we know that the program will be implemented in a way. So we think we should consider in the BTIP already. Thank you.
Thank you, Ringo. And next, I give the floor back to Georgia, please.
So whenever you say obligation within the UNFCCC regime, so it's like there is a red alarm in the brain right away. It scares people. So yeah, about this. So, and I absolutely understand, and I follow your spirit. So we discuss it now, and could we? The idea here is that, for instance, if they're not active, for instance, for 5 years or for 7 years, or I don't know, it's up to the CTCN to propose us. Maybe it's more like review memberships, it's a selection criteria, and update / or establish, I don't know, maybe there is already these terms and conditions for the network members. So do they, for instance, accept terms and conditions, or do they accept any kind of, I don't know, like TOR? Because the idea is that if we define what network member engagement is, and if they will be there for 10 years and won't do anything, do we really want to have them? So that is the idea, yeah? And so maybe to reformulate it more like to review membership selection criteria, update, or I don't know what whatever it's right, establish terms and conditions, and to put here more like, for instance, if they won't participate in 6 years or 5 years in any of the activities, maybe they should not be network members. Or I don't know, maybe it should be 7 years or something, but it's up to the citizen then to, whenever you start working on the selection criteria or whenever you start working on the terms and conditions because I'm pretty sure they accept something. Because to become a network member, so definitely you accept some kind of values, maybe some kind of terms and conditions, yeah? So maybe there should be something like this, and it's up to the citizen to propose. So this is one thing, and about the other thing, I'm pretty sure Joan will say that, and thanks Emily for reminding us tip. However, I'm pretty sure nobody forgets tip, especially half of the tech and AV members in this room. About the matchmaking function, and it's also in the tip, and this is one of the expectations from CTC and also from the network. So we would like to. It's there, but if we can make it stronger in this strategy, so we will be happy to do so and support this.
Thank you, Georgia. And we seem to be calling it either the tip or the B tip, so I'm going to follow our Brazilian colleagues and try and call it the B tip from now on, because it was formed in Belém, as we all remember. Next, we have Pedro from Belize, please. Excuse me, I'm sorry. It's been a long afternoon. Gian from Belize is next.
That's fine. Thank you, Vice Chair. Two main points. The first one, I'd like to echo the sentiment of my colleagues, Emily, Halima, Katie, in terms of ensuring that we have better alignment with the B tip, and specifically highlighting para 20. I'd just like to read it out quickly, where it says, also requests the CTCN, with the support of its consortium partners and network members, to support matchmaking and partnership building to advance climate technology implementation in developing countries. So we'd like to just hammer that point in terms of trying to enhance the way we align the strategy, the way we engage with network members. Of course, the matchmaking is an important aspect of moving to the implementation phase. My second point is related to the resources. So within the session this morning, the question came up about asking for a list of network members. And then during that discussion, it was not clear, and I'd just like to make the point that we're talking about AB members in the room, not being clear about a list of network members. So you could imagine outside of the AB members, or those that are actually discussing, have a better understanding of the process and the mechanism. It might just be worse for those outside, whether it be network members who are not engaged in that 80%, or those just who have the appetite to want to become members or to be engaged within the process. So I do recommend that the CTCN or the Secretariat maybe have a reevaluation of the visibility or the communication mechanisms that's in place. During the presentation, it did highlight some steps and activities for changing the knowledge products and enhancing the user friendliness of the website. So I do commend that, and I ask that maybe we look further as to what communication strategies we could use to even enhance that, to bridge it beyond just the members around the table, so that we can enhance matchmaking, maybe looking at public-private partnerships, ensuring that we get, you could say, the best streamlined approach for how this strategy could work. Thank you.
Thank you, Gian. And now we have Pedro from Dominican Republic, please.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. It's difficult to have so many Pedros in a room. Easy name. After this, I want to keep it short. But first, I want to thank the team that have worked to make the network engagement strategy possible. This is a great effort. We really appreciate it. It might be useful to distinguish between engagement and outreach. expanding the numbers of network members is important, but it's also different objective from strengthening the engagement of the existing members. So at this stage, we might wish to prioritize depending on the participation of the members already in the network, while continuing targeting outreach to fill the remaining gaps in expertise regions and countries, as mentioned by Angela, I think. Obligation in that context might be useful to change the wording a bit and define more clearly the different roles or expected efforts from both existing and new members, because this could provide a clear basis for discussing what we mean by engagement, recognizing that engagement may look different depending on the type of member, where the level of the participation is expected from there. Finally, and regarding if we want to talk on time frame, it will be useful not only to think about the review or revision of the strategy, but also the enhancement or update of it, because it has passed in the past. We have experience where we talk about reviewing things, but we are not able to actually make changes on them. So this could be useful to not only look at review, but also enhancement of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. And thanks everyone for trying to keep your intervention succinct. We are rapidly consuming the available time here. Now I hand over to Sweden.
Thank you, Christian. And on that note, I'll be very quick, and I also come with a suggestion to move, to leave this discussion now. So I hear your point in we have a lot of inactive members, and we don't want that. But perhaps we can ask the CTC and Secretariat to come up with a suggestion to a future meeting on how this can be addressed. And we don't necessarily have to cover it in this document. So we can finalize this document and come back to the question at a future meeting on how to do this. Maybe one option could be that, if you haven't been active in X years somehow, then you will be removed. But I don't want to, come with any suggestions before the CTC and Secretariat does, but something along those lines. And then we can finalize this document now and come back to the question at a future meeting. So just a suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you, Sweden, for your brevity. Now I'm going to pass over to some of the observer organisations we have online. Zavi, can you hear us, please?
Yes, I hear you. Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief. As said before, I'd like to mention or reiterate rather that the introduction of, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, that the introduction of network fares is a very positive development, both obviously for matchmaking with the NDEs and something that, at least from our country, is very, very positive and attractive for engaging potential network members. And on that note, I'd like to pass on questions that I've been fielding from potential network members regarding the network fares that you mentioned, in that would that fall under the protocol of pro bono that you mentioned then, or self-funding, or what would be required of the network members in order to participate in something like the network fares or workshops? I've been getting a lot of questions when trying to engage potential network members to sign up. Questions such as what are the obligations? What's required of them? Are they expected to be deal with matching or partial funding? So if that could be addressed, that would be helpful to answer some of the questions. And I also agree with the comment of Sweden that adding obligations might frighten off potential members. And just because it was brought up by the tech, we certainly view very positively the potential of working on joint workshops with the tech and joint capacity building as well. We definitely have network members, potential network members that would be very interested in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Next, we have the East Lancashire Chamber of Commerce. Are you there, Professor Miranda?
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you. I just wanted to carry on that sort of offer of support
that's been coming forward over the last few comments. We've been working, as is mentioned in the report, in partnership with Julia to look at a way of helping introduce some of the NDE members to our network of businesses who are innovators in technology, and also to look at how to do the matchmaking and support them in understanding the challenges coming forward from the CTCN. So perhaps we can expand those discussions with the CTCN and our companies to do that sort of brainstorming as an early example, looking at the capability and capacity and the different types of technologies. I think that kind of advanced directory development is really going to be useful in trying to spur the non-active members forward into trying to become more active. There will be an element of sort of competition and wanting to showcase themselves. And I think the idea of a minimum frequency of engagement is the right way to go, just as early support for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Barker. Next, I see, Asha, you have your flag up. Can you please, I'm going to give you the floor, but just remind us in what capacity you're speaking.
Observer.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. When this strategy is being presented, I kind of get a lot of concepts that seem to be not speaking to each other. When you talk about voluntarism, that the network members, it's a voluntary process. And then I look at the fact that we want it to be addressing the needs at the country level. So when you look at the voluntarism, then you look at the 20% active members, and then all that has been discussed, I am like, how can we make it better to ensure that at least the network, we get the intention, the benefits from what we envisage to get from the network members. But I also look at the fact that when I look at the incentives may not be speaking to the diversity of the network members that we have. You talk about the private sector, they are interested in getting returns. They want to sell their technologies. So how do we ensure that their needs are catered for, and then we maintain the strategy of emphasizing that the network members' modalities of engagement should be driven by the NDCs, by the NAPs and TAs, or the country priorities. Then when I think about that, something comes to my mind. What about having something like a technology marketplace, whereby CTCN directly leads this, the network members put all their technologies there, all their CVs, all their menu there, and then the NDs also, their priorities are uploaded on that marketplace, but then CTCN takes the responsibility of screening such that there is no exploitation or no raw deal that is given, but then you find that the demand is served and the supply is also catered for. Thank you.
Thank you, Asha, for your intervention. I see we have Georgia again, and I would just encourage you to please be very brief in your comments.
I'm going to be very brief, so in the future, to avoid any kind of confusion what we agreed on, so I want to say, to clarify. So then we can say that the activity could be review membership selection criteria and terms and conditions. So it's a review, and the CTCN will review and propose. And is it okay?
I'm going to close off the interventions there, as I think we've thoroughly explored all the responses. And I will hand over to the CTCN director to. I'm sorry, we're going to hand over to Then and Wijin online to take some of these responses. Excuse me, we have one final intervention from Engo. Victor, please go ahead.
Thank you, Christian. Very briefly, just listening to the different ideas, I feel like we should consider at some point soon, a network, putting out the call for network-wide meeting or some sort of forum. The moment is the BTIP, right? We're entering a new phase for the CTCN. The network sort of has a new mandate as well. And it has to be linked to implementation of TIP, right? So what are the developing country demands and how do those define the priorities that set for the network, right? And linking these to implementation per the Belém outcome. Thanks.
Thank you, Injo. And now I'm going to hand back over to Then Then and Woojin, please, if you have some responses to some of these interventions.
Yeah, thank you, Chairs. I hope you clearly hear me now.
I can hear you very well,
Is
thank
it better than before? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Chairs. And thank you for the comment from the members. I really appreciate your valuable comments and fruitful discussion. It's more than I expected, but I'll try to address all of the questions and comments from the members and observers. The detailed activities will be covered by my colleague Tantan after my intervention. First, I'd like to mention about the network member engagement definition. We will try to have it included in the revised strategy as follows. Is the network engagement is the network members' involvement in key service areas of CTC, and if that's okay with you. And I'd also like to say that the scope of this strategy is under the current network membership criteria, which was approved by the AB advisor meeting at its second meeting and revised at its sixth meeting. So if some of the members already mentioned, the obligations and selection processes and expiry date should be addressed during against that agenda as separately, other than this agenda. Also, regarding the time frame, this strategy already proposed time frame for the year of 2026 and 27. And this may inform the following POW for the fourth one, not current one, the first one in the future. Also, regarding the tech engagement, I'm pretty sure that all the members are informed of the publication by tech through either through the newsletter or through our website. And please note that the CTN is the CTCN network member, not the tech membership. And I take note some of the editorial suggestions from Burkina Faso and other members as well. And regarding the suggestion or comments on the online pro bono engagement, yes, we are open to the online pro bono engagement as well. And now I'll hand you over to Tantan for the details. Tips over to you, Tantan.
Thank you, Jin, and thank you everyone for all the feedback and the comments. I think Jin covered most of the questions as well already, but there was one specific one on the pro bono models and the final contributions confusion. So we will make sure to make it clear in both documents that this means that basically we want to just encourage voluntary contributions from members themselves to host engagements without any support from the CTCN. So we just want to promote and give them more opportunities to be more active and host. For example, it could be the workshops, it could be also the online webinars, so it can be both on-site or off-site. So that was kind of the idea behind it. Another question was on the co-developing approval process. At the moment, we follow the standard UNEP processes where publications are approved by the director. So that's what we follow at the moment. And I think those were two that were specific to the key activities. We also took note of all the additional activities that were mentioned that could be added or considered. Most of them were already considered in the initial strategy that we have proposed, but we wanted to consolidate and kind of put it together to make more practical examples. And yeah, but I think, is there anything that I've missed? Jin, I think those were the two.
Thank you, Then Then. And now I'm going to hand over to the director of the CTCN.
Thank you so much, AB members, for this very constructive feedback. Seems like Woojin, we didn't expect to have this many feedback, but that shows your interest. Thank you so much for this. One thing that I would add to the comments of my colleagues is we will incorporate, we look again into the BTIP provisions, and we try to gauge that and incorporate this in the revised versions of the strategy, because I think we did incorporate the findings of the COP30 decisions, including BTIP, but we will do once more and perhaps make a clear reference to the BTIP. And I think talking about, there are two areas earlier, I'm trying to find my notes here. One is on the approval, with regard the discussion about the approval process. I think one is on the joint product. I can't remember on the other one, but I think this is very operational aspects. And if I may, perhaps what we can do going forward is to present to you the proposed criteria. So the board member actually discussing criteria or principles, rather than doing the clearance of the joint products itself, because I think it's not use of your time. We are here as a secretariat, and we already see, I've given my presentation earlier about how network member like WIPO, where we actually develop joint publications, it's becoming like a powerful publications also, so we take benefit also from that. But we're happy to, in the future, at the future AB meeting, to develop this criteria. And I think Georgia has already mentioned also the membership criteria that we could also have a look and then develop. So then it stays at the high level, including the approval process for different collaborations, showcasing, sorry, that's the other area, showcasing joint publications and the membership criteria. So this is a kind of like a next level, but if you agree with us, we will revise the draft strategy, incorporating the BTIP elements as well as the inputs in that, and include examples if necessary. I think that's the main difference between presentation and the strategy, because the presentation actually give you example to reflect how this could be undertaken. And then we will try to seek the board approval, perhaps like intersessionally chairs. So it doesn't need, this specific document does not need to come back again. So we can start implementing that, the strategy, because some of them, like the network fairs, for example, have already, we started implementing that, and we'll come back with the other strategies in order to help the implementation of this strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. And I have a flag up from the chair of the TEC, please, Pedro.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this very rich discussion, and also I would like to thank the director of the CTCN for the responses given, also for the responses given by the staff of the CTCN. Very quick comment on the response by Ariesta. I think, I think what we have at hand right now is the decision of the BTIP, and I think making that effort of revising the strategy based on that is definitely we should go for. But I think it's important to bear in mind that we are initiating a process of operationalizing the BTIP that will reflect in more concrete items, and that will be reflected in the work program of the CTCN and in the work plan of the TEC. I think that will bring in certainly more detailed elements that should go into a strategy as well. But I think that is something that will come later. And as I understand from the colleague who just presented, this strategy that we are discussing now would be valid for 2006, 2007. And for 2008 onwards, we will have, let's say, perhaps have to go through a revision process again. So I've just wanted to highlight that, you know, in the near future, we'll have new elements for a further revised strategy that perhaps, for example, will incorporate more, will require more strategic elements related to implementation, for example. So just wanted to flag that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. With that, I think we have thoroughly explored this topic. So I'd like to now then propose that the Advisory Board can agree to finalise the network engagement strategy with the Secretariat to incorporate this feedback that we've received and proceed with its implementation in consultation with the Chair and the Vice Chair. Okay, thank you all for your input. Now, we must move on rapidly to item 17.1, the Youth Climate Innovation Programme. Now, the Advisory Board on 17.1 is invited to discuss and take note of the information provided. So this focuses on the CTCN's capacity building programs. Sub-item 17.1, the Youth Climate Innovation Programme. At the last Advisory Board meeting, the Board took note of the update on the implementation of the Youth Climate Innovation Programme and highlighted the importance of community involvement, gender and youth participation. Today, the Secretariat will present the final results of the Youth Climate Innovation Programme for the 2024 to 2025 period. As part of this presentation, we'll also hear about the planned activities for the next edition of the programme, including potential areas for support and collaboration. I'd now like to invite Valentin from the Climate Technology Centre and Network Secretariat, who is joining us virtually, to introduce this agenda item. Valentin will be joined by Evans Nati from Greenbond to present one of the winning projects. Valentin, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I see that the presentation is shown already, so I can jump right in. The current edition of the Youth Climate Innovation Programme is coming to an end, and I would say it has been a very intense and impactful last year for the CTCN and all of the young innovators that we are working with. On the next slide, just as a reminder, this program is helping young climate entrepreneurs in developing countries along their way to develop climate solutions. It provides essential support and resources at each stage of development, including ideation, incubation, and acceleration across 4 different regions. Here you can see the different steps again. We started off with an idea lab, moved with 8 teams per region to the incubator, and then selected one high impact team per region to move to the accelerator and provide different types of benefits to these teams during these stages. Let's go back in time and look again at the idea lab. We started at an idea stage. What climate challenges do we face? What are potential solutions? Here we worked with 339 young motivated people during the idea lab on different design thinking methodologies in order to come up with ideas and shape them during one intense week. 62 countries were represented here. You can also see some more statistics on the gender distribution, members of grassroots organizations and underrepresented, marginalized and indigenous groups. Out of these 339 participants, we picked 32 teams on the next slide that stood out in the idea lab and selected them to move ahead to the incubator. We guided them through a structured entrepreneurial journey with mentorship, networking, and peer learning activities. Here you can see the overview of the teams across the different system transformation areas. Quite a lot of concentration around water, energy, food nexus, but also buildings and infrastructure and business and industry, for example. On the next slide, you can see some statistics of these YCI incubator teams, in total 88 participants from 39 countries, 46% gender distribution, 68% members of grassroots organizations, and 17% member of underrepresented, marginalized, or indigenous groups, as self-indicated in our surveys. After the YCI incubator program that took for three months, we moved ahead with 4 high-impact teams to the accelerator. And here I would really like to give each of the teams a moment to shine. Starting off with Greenbond, a startup from Ghana, working in the buildings and infrastructure area with 1 female and 2 male founders. It's been an existing team, so they registered as an existing team already. And Greenbond helps builders deliver affordable, climate-friendly housing faster using advanced geopolymer concrete with less cost and construction waste. Some of their achievements during the program have been that using the grant that we provided, they were able to do material testing supported by the Ghana Standards Authority. They have received 25 letters of intent for collaboration and were able to do a strong outreach to building developers for initial pilots. We will hear later from Evans as well from Greenbond. Now, the next team, Sherry from Laos, working in the water, energy, food nexus with 2 male founders, also a team that has existed before our program. Sherry connects smallholder farmers to climate-smart solutions, finance, and markets, making agriculture scalable, bankable, and climate positive. What have been their key achievements during the program runtime? They built a mobile application for farmers and a buyer webpage. They established important partnerships with agri and financial cooperatives and conducted more than 500 farmer pilots. On the next slide, you can see the next team, Cacao Circular from Ecuador and Peru, in the area of business and industry with 1 female and 1 male founder. This is a team that has been newly created through our program. Cacao Circular transforms cacao waste into biomaterials like bioleather, cutting emissions while creating climate-resilient income for farming communities. Some of their key achievements during the program runtime were that they were able to reach sustainable material pilots. They partnered with cooperatives, including Acopargo in Peru, in the north of Peru, and they were able to identify potential collaborations with bigger brands that could take up their low-carbon or vegan leather, such as Camper, which is a quite known brand, I think. Finally, the last team that we supported during the accelerator, SolarEye, you might remember a presentation from this team as well, based in the UAE and Jordan, working in energy systems with 4 female founders. And this is also a new team that has been created through our program. SolarEye uses AI-powered drones to detect and diagnose solar panel issues, enabling faster maintenance and maximizing energy production. On the right side, you can see a screenshot from their platform that they've developed. So amongst their key achievements, they completed market validation. They built a thermal imaging data set. They completed initial AI training for fault detection and designed the monitoring dashboard that you can see here on the right side as well. Now, a big highlight of the YCI program accelerator was the participation at Change Now Summit. Maybe you've seen also some images circulating on the LinkedIn page of CTCN. So we invited the 4 global finalist startups of the YCI program to Change Now Summit in Paris, which took place from 30th of March to 1st of April. The Change Now Summit is a leading global gathering accelerating solutions for the planet. Some of the key highlights there were that the teams were able to pitch their solutions to a global audience of more than 30 stakeholders from the innovation ecosystem, so including entrepreneurship support organizations, financial institutions, etc. We had 3 days of intensive networking at ChangeNow and also visited the UNEP office in Paris to identify linkages and shape partnerships. And also a highlight was that Sherry was nominated, one of our startups was nominated to receive a dedicated startup booth in the land and agriculture area. You can see it here, the top left photo in small. I think this was a very, very interesting experience for all of the startups. For some of them, it was their first travel abroad in their life. For others, it was their first bigger international innovation conference, and all of them were really able to create very important connections and identify potential partners at ChangeNow Summit. Now, let's talk a bit about impact on the next couple of slides. We have conducted a survey amongst our 32 incubator teams, and 20 of them have answered. And I just want you to remember for the next couple of slides that behind each of these numbers is a story of an entrepreneur who is doing a lot of hard work to create something out of nothing. Behind every pilot project is hard work and conviction that this is the right solution. That is addressing the problem. Behind every partnership is a vision that an entrepreneur is able to share with someone and excite someone else about it. And behind every investment, there is trust that has to be built. So I modestly say that for some of them, during the program, their life within the last year has really changed quite fundamentally. And from the CTCN side, we're proud that we were able to at least contribute a bit to this journey. So there's a lot of stories, and I will just highlight a few among these next slides. Starting with company status. All of the teams all of these 20 teams that have participated in the impact survey have indicated that they're still actively operating more than 8 months after the YCI program. I think this, might sound normal, but keeping up with the pace and the need, that the time and dedication that it needs to create such a startup, often besides work, is something that we shouldn't underestimate. So we're very happy that all of these teams are still finding traction and motivation to work on their ideas even 8 months after the program. 6 of the teams that participated in the survey were newly created. And I think one key number on this slide is what is highlighted in green on the right side. 11 companies out of 20 companies that reported in the survey indicated that they incorporated their companies after the YCI program. So there is a strong indication that they gained confidence, partially through the program as well and through the mentorship that they've received, to incorporate a company and dedicate more time to this. Just as an illustration, you might remember Cacao Circular from the last advisory board meeting. It has emerged as one new team, even though they have not registered the company yet. Their story is quite a unique one, I think, in terms of impact on company status. Luis, one of the co-founders, has a sustainable materials manufacturing company called Leather Lab, and Angelica focuses on economic empowerment of communities. They have met through our program and together have formed quite a synergetic team that is now working on Cacao Circular. Now on the next slide, we can look a bit more at funding. And the teams overall have raised a total of close to $200,000 to date. 11 teams that reported that they have received funding in terms of grant in different sources, grants or equity investment. Most of the teams grants for now. Just here also as an illustration, Suchada, one of the one of the participants from Thailand has started as a solo founder and has since assembled a team and has received close to $100,000 in non-dilutive grants. So almost or more than half of the funding that is reported here, including from the Digital Promotion Agency and National Innovation Agency in Thailand. She also sent quite a heartwarming message the other day how this program has been an incredible stepping stone for her at the beginning of her shift to become a founder. The next slide shows pilot projects. And here, 11 teams have reported that they have already piloted their solutions with 421 users, including some of them also paying customers, which create initial revenue for teams to be self-sustainable and not depend on grants and external funding. Here, one of the stories that I want to highlight is a team from Nepal, Prepare, that has piloted an early warning platform with the Parshuram municipality, making essential weather, water level, and rainfall data available in real time to local communities. On the next slide, we can speak a bit more about partnerships. 14 teams of the 20 teams that have reported have established relevant partnerships to develop and implement their solutions whilst and after participating in the YCI program. You can see some of the logos of the partners here, highlighting perhaps one of the good stories. Sherry from Laos has partnered with the Lao Agricultural Cooperatives Federation and the Lao Association of Savings and Credit Unions to improve access to sustainable farming solutions and financing mechanisms in Laos. Now, the last impact indicator that I want to share with you is the support of other ESOs, so entrepreneurship support organizations. 16 out of 20 teams have benefited from support of other entrepreneurship support organizations after participating or whilst participating in the YCI program. So also there we can see lots of different logos of local, national, regional, global, other innovation programs that they have since been able to benefit from. One example here is Bloom, a startup from Peru, has joined the renowned Catalyst program to advance their work on protecting marine resources through AI robots. So with all of this, I also want to take just one last moment to speak about the next YCI program. We've learned quite considerably from the from this current YCI program, and also have to be mindful of some resource limitations, and hence we have taken the following considerations for the next program. We need to shape support a bit more to the needs of the startups at specific development stages, instead of providing, a program that is rushing through different stages and not taking enough time to address specific gaps of startups at different stages. We need to strengthen capacities of existing stakeholders also in the innovation ecosystem to create longer lasting impact. So connecting more with regional partners, regional institutions to establish capacities amongst them. We intend to improve embeddedness with CTCN core activities, including technical assistances and network engagement. And finally, we also intend to harness strategic partnership opportunities where we are in talks, for example, right now with ICC, so the International Chamber of Commerce, and also the International Trade Center. At the bottom, you can see a graphic that shows the different stages of startup development, from idea stage, early stage, growth stage, and expansion stage. Somewhere towards the end of idea stage, usually companies are incorporating teams are incorporating their companies. And so far, we have focused with the YCI program in the first and second edition, starting very early stage or at idea stage to support companies, and bringing them up to perhaps an early stage of company development. Now, when I said that we want to be a bit more intentional with what stage or what benefits we're providing at a specific stage. There's a few options that we're currently discussing internally, including also at early stage, but then working with local entrepreneurship support organizations to pull up programs together, or focus with our next regional accelerator on more incorporated and later stage companies that need support and acceleration, or again focus on more global expansion of teams that are already a bit more advanced. But some of these options might also be combinable in a sense. So with this, I want to wrap up. Sharing some information, some updates on the YCI program, and would like to hand over to Evans, who is providing a pitch now of his startup Green Bond. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Valentin, for the introduction. And yeah, it's really good to see the amazing improvements all the teams have been making so far. So I'll share my screen.
Please go ahead, Evans. We can see the screen.
For sure. Well, we imagine a future where everyone has access to sustainable and affordable housing. The reason being very fundamental. Shelter is one of the most basic human needs. But next slide, please. If you think about the problem, it's essentially buildings. The cost of building is very expensive, and that creates about 1.6 billion people lacking adequate housing in the world. And think about like the way we build currently, combining that with the emissions. If you want to kind of build all of these homes in the future with cement, it arises a problem where like you'd emit so much CO2, and already cement production accounts for like 8% of global emissions. And so trying to address the problem of housing with current technologies would also be detrimental to the environment. And that is where our startup comes in. Next slide. So what we are proposing, or our innovation, is simply Green Bond. It's interlocking blocks made without cement. And what that means is it reduces the need for extra mortar joints, extra materials, to cut both materials on site and also cut construction costs as well, making the construction process faster so we can be able to achieve the amount of buildings we need in the future. And then by reducing the amount of materials on site and also using locally abundant materials, that cuts the cost for construction to about 25%. It's like, it's been an amazing journey so far. We've been actively educating people on green concrete, sustainable buildings, and we've done so for about 18,000 people, including students in high school and in tertiary, about like the future of the concrete and what we are building for the future. And aside that, we've been showcasing our material to like building developers, and we've done so to about 100 building developers in Accra, from which we've received about 25 letters of intent. And through the UNCTC and sister program, we officially tested the materials at the Ghana Standards Authority, which passes out to be a credible material for non-load bearing structure. And also we're part of the winner for the UNCTC for 2025. Through the YCI program, we've had actively been talking a lot about like our investor readiness. How do we go from an early stage startup to an investor ready company? And we do so by clarifying our go-to-market strategy and also like developing partners with potential pilot customers and potential pilot partners. And also key highlights from the YCI program is getting the material tested against like the Ghana Standards Authority, which is also based on the American standards as well, and also refining and validating our business model. Yeah, this slide. So our current ask to the board is we're seeking more active pilot partners, and also we need support for emerging markets, as well as collaboration with research, and also being able to share knowledge of what we've been able to build so far. It's like, yeah, through the YCI program, we made a new team member who is Mohammed, And so we are now made of a team of 4 people with backgrounds in engineering, design, building, and renewable energy. And I do believe we make a compelling team to build what we believe would be the future for concrete and construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Evans, and thank you, Valentine, for these presentations. Very interesting and inspiring to see from the Youth Climate Innovation Program. Colleagues, I would now like to open the floor for any interventions on the YCI, if you have something to contribute. Nigeria, please go ahead.
Thank you, and well done, Valentine, and your Ghana team. I just wanted to ask, and I think I've asked this at the beginning of when this program started in one of the ABs. I did ask then, how are you connecting with the nationally based similar entities that do climate innovation hubs? Are you still reaching out to them? Are you doing any work with them? I'm raising this again, just like then, because of the sustainability part of it, and ensuring that there is something that remains even after the TAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Halima. Now I'd like to go to Youngo itself, who are online. Please take the mic.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Valentine, for presenting this and for organizing this program. I always like to say that we young people are not just a vulnerable group, but also drivers of change, and I think we really got to see that also in action through the presentation from Evans, so thank you for that. I was just wondering, you were talking about plans for the future. I'm just not sure how secure is that. Is anything finalized? Is there going to be a next program next year?
Thank you, Youngo, for your intervention. And now to Canada, please.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank the presenter of the Green Bond product. I think it sounds really fascinating and really wonderful to see how much benefit the CTCN YCI has provided to you and your colleagues. So thank you for that. I do have one question for Valentine. Thank you, Valentine, for a really informative presentation. Certainly a lot has been taking place. I have one question about what does improving embeddedness with the CTCN activities mean? It was presented as one area where you see opportunity for improvement. So particularly I'm curious about what does improving embeddedness mean with relation to TA? So is this about leveraging the expertise of these youth, which they have a lot, or is this about the youth getting benefit from engagement with CTCN TA activities? I'd love to get some clarity on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. And I see the flag up for Burkina Faso. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair. It is really amazing to see these examples shown by Valentine. And again, I would like to ask about the languages used for these competitions. I would like to know if they use all the UNFCCC languages or if it is only English. Because if it is only English, I think, to be fair, it will be good that it will be possible for the other youth to apply in their languages and also to have the application in their languages. Thank you.
Thank you, Traore. I don't see any other flags up, so I'm going to hand back now to Valentine online.
Thank you very much for the questions. I'll answer them in chronological order. First, from Halima, with regards to connecting with national-based entities. I think it's a really important part, and I've noted this part during the last AB meeting and today again. specifically, the last slide that I showed is exactly connected to that. Along the different development stages, startups or entrepreneurs need different types of support, and especially at an early stage, local support is much more needed than at a later stage when a company is already incorporated and, for example, wants to internationalize. So I think it's still under consideration whether CTCN continues to provide support to idea stage, early stage, or more later stage. And depending on this decision, the collaboration with national-based entities would change. If early stage, then we would directly work with national-based entities, for example, and support them to deliver youth programs. If we focus more later stage, then we would be able to provide opportunities to teams that have been supported before by national-based entities and help them to internationalize, basically, or to accelerate. So this is very well taken. But as you can imagine, there are a lot of national based incubators and accelerators, as we've discovered during the Africa NDE Forum, and it's extremely difficult for CTCN to work with all of them. So it depends obviously on our communication as well, how far we can reach, and whether we are able to connect with the relevant ones. Now, the next question from Asia, thank you very much. In terms of the plans for the future, the last slide showed that there are different considerations for the next program. So there definitely will be a next program, though I also mentioned that in terms of budget, we, as you might remember from the last advisory board meeting, the budget for the youth program was impacted as well, and hence we need to consider how the next program could look like and what type of strategic partnerships we could establish. It has not necessarily been easy, especially with fundraising from philanthropies or foundations as well, because a lot of those potential partners already support different types of youth programs. And there is, even though it is very attractive, an attractive area, there's a lot of competition as well. So we are exploring currently different potential partnerships that emerged from the Change Now Summit, for example. Now, on Orly's point on improving embeddedness with CTCN activities. So for now, since we focused on idea stage teams, they are at best maybe one or 2 years old in terms of incorporation, but to join the CTCN network, for example, at least 3 years of existence are required, if I'm not mistaken. So this means that there is a natural disconnect between the teams that we are supporting in the Youth Climate Innovation Program and our network, for example. So we are considering whether there can be stronger ties between network membership and the youth program, so that we can also provide more benefits to such teams whenever there's a technical assistance request coming up that is basically in their area of expertise and activity, where they could then also be potential implementers of technical assistances. This is where this embeddedness with CTCN activities comes in. And finally, Hortense, with regards to the language inclusion, it's a very important topic. I responded during one of the last ABs already that the program initially was provided in English, French, and Spanish. Materials were available also in these languages. Though it is true that for a global program, language at a later stage in terms of coordination is an issue, and the operating language, the general operating language of the program is English. I know that we have to make some sacrifices there, unfortunately, and we try to improve with every program in terms of making resources accessible in different languages. I would also like to say, though, that especially for an international program where there's interaction with international potential partners, expansion to other countries, language or English language is an important skill as well, that for some teams will be relevant sooner or later in terms of marketing their solutions as well. So unfortunately, to some degree, we also need to expect that some of the teams are able to speak different languages. I hope that this answered some of the questions.
Thank you, Valentin, for your responses. And with that in mind, I would like to acknowledge the contributions and that recommend that the Advisory Board take note of this information that's been provided. The Secretariat will incorporate some of these responses into the further development of this program. Moving on to the final agenda item for today, which is 17.2, the Global Capacity Building Programs. In this agenda item, the Advisory Board is invited to take note of the information provided. The CTCN Secretariat will provide an overview of the results of the CTCN's Capacity Building Program for the fourth quarter of 2025 and planned activities for 2026, including those implemented under the AI for Climate Action Initiative, as well as initiatives undertaken in response to decisions regarding the BTIP, Belém Technology Implementation Program. I'd like to invite Jaewon from the Secretariat to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm glad to present the final item for Monday today, CTCN Capacity Building Program. I'm sure this is a strong start of this week for sure. As we know, CTCN Capacity Building Program support ideation of TAs at a global and regional level. Based on the country's call, some ideas are then turned into technical assistance projects, which supports national level interventions. And outputs of these TAs are then communicated through global knowledge sharing pieces for the global growth. And on average, we learned that it takes about 2.3 years for capacity building outputs to be transformed into national level technical assistance projects. Within capacity building program, there are 4 modules that we have been implementing: thematic, stakeholder engagement, collaborative R&D, and network engagement. As we enter the 4th year of third program of work, future program of CB of the 4th program of work may continue to invite NDEs to identify innovative technologies, smoothen their access to finance, and support application of methods for scale-up, keeping its delivery format as participatory. The 2026 plan activities, which this presentation will deep dive into, follow these insights gained via process evaluation. Our service budget for 2026 CB is equivalent to 1.2 million, which is 15% reduced amount from the 2025 budget. A total of 11 sequential activities, which 8 are in person and 3 on online, is planned across 4 modules in 2026. This service includes NDE logistical support and is additional to the national level capacity building activities delivered as part of our technical system. In 2025, NDEs specific to the thematic programs, they stress their need for sub-regional programs. And we plan to resolve this by offering parallel sessions for subgroup within the region. And we tried it with Africa, and it's working really well. We will repeat across other regional engagement. Regarding the stakeholder engagement programs, NDEs told us that they'd appreciate for national level NDA coordination as a next step. Implementation of all of these feedback into the program is subject to budget availability. Thus, later in this presentation, you'll see how some are picked up and some are left for future consideration. Let's start with the thematic capacity building program. From last October to this January, we reviewed the COP decisions, including BTIP, and reanalyzed the NDC 3.0 submitted, and ran internal consultation to identify region-specific themes. So for Africa, we covered NSI, and for LAC, water, energy, food nexus will be covered. Asia, we plan to cover energy. Pacific sits for adaptive management via artificial intelligence tools, and Eastern European for energy and grid system. Format, we will deliver as part of the fora and other activities where possible. To broaden the scope of collaboration with finance mechanisms and entities, 7 sub-activities are planned, of which 2 were delivered as part of the Adaptation Fund in the last 2 months. Specific to ND&DA coordination support, continuing from last year's practice of sharing TA pipelines with the regional desks of the GCF, we are inviting them to have a deep dive clinic with countries undergoing readiness programming this July for Asia specifically. Supporting ND's participation in GCF regional and global events to be repeated as per following the GCF's planned schedule. Regarding the Collaboravar DND and network engagement programs, NDs and network members inform us that expert-level exchange is necessary to strengthen the global South-South cooperation, and especially their endogenous capacity on certain technology. And active members co-leading scale-up of TA projects ask for CTCN support in winning their national grants to continue scaling up the completed TAs. So for this year, CRD&D, 2 in-person learning visits targeted at establishing global South-South research opportunities on green hydrogen and fuel cell and energy storage system are planned for this July and September. Also, 2 reflection pieces are planned, of which the reflection of 2023 to 2025 activities is available for your reading. The details of these programs will be covered in tomorrow afternoon's agenda item 21. From this year, we are offering co-facilitator, co-host, and matchmaking activities to the interest network members. Here, we'd like to draw attention to the planned online courses led by network members. This 8-week certificate course is designed to increase the continuity of 2025 knowledge enhancement, 1 on climate finance and 1 on co-creation. Also, thematically focused network-led publications are available too, for example, green hydrogen, artificial intelligence, and co-creation, which are continuing themes covered from 2023. Specific to artificial intelligence, we are partnering with UN agencies and like-minded institutions to share emerging knowledge on AI with our NDEs via online certificate workshop and in-person sessions during the Climate Week, which will be happening from tomorrow. This is a snapshot of the tentative timeline, and the concept note of all modules can be found on our website, and it has been already communicated to our NDEs and network members via survey and newsletter in January. The last part of this presentation will cover what procedures we have in place to implement these activities, namely using what grounds, which countries are selected to participate in 1 or more of these planned activities. We now have a standardized procedure, which we call for preference check by the NDs to the planned activities. This survey was open for full 2 months until end of last month, and this time taking board member suggestion that was raised last AB meeting, we included the operational focal point email address to the list, and we did that, and the total response rate increased. So out of 140 non-Annex 1 countries, those that have ND in place, 51 responded by region, as shown on the screen. And by module, almost every module is equally preferred by NDEs, but at the activity level, you can see the NDE coordination meeting and training on climate finance are the most preferred type of activity they hope to be attended. They hope to attend, followed by CRD&D facilitation activities. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaewon, for your presentation. Colleagues, the floor is now open for any questions or comments. Egypt, please.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I have a very short question. The online training activities, is there any exam for evaluation them? Thank you.
I don't see any more flags up, and I don't know if we have anyone online, so I'm going to hand back to Jaewon to respond.
There is no exam to complete, but there are certain level of activity required for them to complete, therefore receive the certification. So we are in discussion with the network member who is a university who can provide the certificate through the university. Therefore, there will be no exam, but there will be a piece that we call it submission of ideas that reflects their learning.
I believe we have Yango online. Do you have an intervention?
I just have a question. If we look at the responses from the non-annex countries and not a single Eastern European non-annex country responded, were they specifically not included for some reason, or did they just really not respond?
May I address?
Please go ahead, Jaewon.
We sent 2 reminders, and given it's a call for preference check, we tried our best by also including the operational focal points email address if the board members or the observers have a better idea to reach them. But we also don't want to poke them too much because there was also functional review surveys in parallel going. So, but happy to hear out the ideas.
Ringo, please take the floor.
So I had the access. Actually, we are also part of the network of CTCN as a think tank in Brazil. And I would just like to say that the form was really easy to ensure. It was the emails where we received all the communications, and it was easy and very, what is the word? No, I don't remember the word in Portuguese as well. Yeah, I'm still affected by the Korea. But yeah, thank you for the forms. It was very well done, and the work has been intense. I know that CTCN, I would also like to take the opportunity to congratulate all the CTCN work. The numbers are amazing. I know that the team is pretty short, and you were doing a lot. And yeah, in this form, we had the access as a network as well, and it was my team ensure all together, and it was very easy and easygoing. And thank you.
Thank you, Emily. And with that intervention, I think we can conclude for today's agenda. I'd just like to thank everyone, especially the presenters, for all of the information that they've shared. Oh, wait, we have... Oh, we do have... Excuse me, just give the chair and the secretary a moment to consult. Thank you for your patience, colleagues. I've just been informed that we are welcoming a new advisory board member representing the Asia Pacific constituency, and that is Ms. Noor Al-Kafas from Saudi Arabia. Many of us will know Noor quite well from negotiations, and she's been observing today, but she is now a full member, so I'd like to welcome her to the board, and we will provide some time tomorrow morning for her to greet the rest of the board members and introduce herself. So just a brief welcome now, and we will say hello to her in the morning. With that, I would like to wrap up and just thank everyone for their participation today. It's been, we're almost 40 minutes over the schedule. It's been a tremendous day, but very productive. I'd like to thank everyone. And there is a proposal to have a group dinner tomorrow night. So that would be invitation to everyone participating here in Songdo. And it will be self-funded, so you can come along and buy your own food and drink. But the Secretariat is prepared to help find a local restaurant to accommodate everyone. And in order to facilitate that, I'd just like to see a show of hands for everyone who would be interested to join a dinner tomorrow night after the meeting has concluded. So please put your hand up if you'd like to come. We have the numbers? Okay. Okay, thank you everyone. It's been a long day, so I won't hold you any longer. Please go and rest, have a good evening, and we'll see you here tomorrow morning, same room at 9 a.m.